Charity Week continues here in the Coast2Coast Racing League as Cool Ray, the Coast2Coast Racing League, present another edition of qualifying night number 2 of the Winter Nationals here at Volusia Speedway Park. We're in for a great streak here this entire week, and the tradition continues non-stop in honor of Race Against Childhood Cancer. Well, we get set to go here at the Volusia Speedway Park. So glad you could join us on the Coast2Coast Racing Network. Marty Sakala with you here for qualifying night number 2 of this historic event. So if you missed this last night on the Coast2Coast Racing Network, here again is how this event works. It's pretty much a lot like the Dirt Car Nationals and the World Finals combined all in one, happening at the home of the Dirt Car Nats in Volusia, one of the best tracks for dirt racing in all of iRacing. How it's going to work once again, just a lot like last night. You've got your qualifying events that will be taking place here. We've got after this a qualifying session that should be set for just about 3 minutes, and then we will have our heat races, 6 laps on each heat, straight up, no invert. Top 4 choose the feature. Then have our C and B main. One of our features tonight, 25 laps on each side of the week. And we do. So we've got 305s on the track right now at the moment. 358s about to go live here shortly. And then we've got the 360s and big blocks. The 360s and the big blocks are all open wing setups here. Take a look and show you who is the quickest on track at the moment, and that is Jesse Bandy in the number 57. Quickest with a 14.666. Dean Reynolds is second. We'll pull up the full times here for you, a 14.777. Jeff Flarrell is currently third, 14.785. Terry Landis is fourth with a 14.791, and then fifth, Colby Cassinger with a 14.793. Let's break down the Volusia Speedway Park for fans wondering at home. It is a 6,700 seating capacity, half-mile track here in Barberville, Florida, with a total of 10 degrees of banking in the corners, 7 degrees in the straights. Take you for a ride on board here with Terry Landis. Show you what it's like here around Volusia. Car count is set at 27 drivers for our 305s here tonight. Of course, all drivers can have a various selection of choices, a myriad of choices they can select from. They can go from one class, or they can go up to 4 classes. Like I said, they can race a 305 only and not do anything else, or they can race all for most classes. A lot of choices for all the drivers, and chances are a lot of the drivers have decided to go with all of the above. Let us know who you're rooting for in the chat. Doyle Lawrence is watching. Good luck to all of our participants. Doyle, thanks for tuning in tonight. As we believe as well, the drivers' meeting is taking place at the moment. While you're at it, if you take a look closely at the bottom left, those will be all of our various sponsors and contributors to Charity Night number 1. We thank all of you that have been supporting us and have donated money for this event. And again, all proceeds in the Jim Brown Memorial Winter Nationals go in honor of Race Against Childhood Cancer. Definitely recommend looking them up sometimes. And we should be getting underway here shortly with qualifying. Just 3 minutes until everything gets wrapped up. Again, 7 p.m. is our 305 qualifier. We'll then switch to our 358 qualifiers just around 8 p.m. 9 p.m. the 360 qualifier, and 10 p.m. is our big block qualifier. believe as well. Correct me here if I'm wrong. This is qualifying night number 1, not night 2. A lot of action as well did begin last night, where we had some great races take place there. Those races, actually, nope, we did have races take place last night. Apologies. Those were our provisional qualifier events for veterans and volunteers racing for those. So this is officially our first night of racing here for the Jim Brown Memorial Winter Nationals for childhood cancer. Bill Calder watching says good luck to the Salty Dogs. We have a slew of them in the race tonight. Yeah, a bunch of them will be going for a dog bone here this evening. So definitely looking forward to that. As you take a look at some of the paint schemes here, Jesse Bandy Hill's paint scheme will load up here shortly, along as with the others. Actually, a bunch of them, I believe, are in groups. There's a look at John Rayner in the 302, getting the wing set. Joe Canellis in the 1. I was wondering why we had nobody else on track, and I realized, oh, wait, we've got different groups. So there's Canellis in the We Let the Dogs Out Pet Care Services for You number 1. Currently 18th quick on the racetrack with a 15.062. Again, fixed setups for all the drivers here in the 305s. So Canellis will bring it down and will reset. Here's Zach Chapman in the Kind Tree number 72. Scooby-Doo 20th quick, 15.36. So we can pull up anyone else here that's on the racetrack. Should have just about 4 or 5 heats for you this evening. I would expect at least 4 with the car count we have. Again, 29 drivers have made the call with us here tonight. Again, yes, we do understand we do have some white cars here at the moment. Bear with us. Just having some technical difficulties with trading paints. Those are going to reset here. And so now we should be good to go here with qualifying. And we'll get the first driver out here on the racetrack. And that driver will be Steve Maurer in the Maurer Farm Management 888. Maurer racing on and off on Monday nights with us. Glad to see him with us in the Winter Nationals. Can you see your favorite 4 drivers closest to the line on the screen? Green means they're working on a fast lap. Purple means they're working on a potential pole lap. Maurer quickest of anyone, Sector 2. Make that Brandon Dittmer, as Dittmer goes quickest at a 14.92. Joseph Grandy second at a 14.99. Qualifying's going to be really key here as Randy Shreves, Jeff Flaro each go to the top of the boards. Flaro with a 14.84 in the number 11. Flaro looks to improve his time here, and he is off by about 0.07 of a second. G.J. Boydell, 6th quick in the 014 at a 14.974. Jack Clevenger just moved up to 7th, 14.961. And off the corner here for Boydell, can he improve? I believe he can, and just by a couple of hundreds. Isaac Salas moves up to 5th quick in the Super Dirt Car Series 5 machine, 14.94. 5th quick for Slide Job. Could be a better lap. Will be close. Depends on Sector 1. He was off by 400s. And here's the man that's won the last couple of charity races in the Coast2Coast Racing League. Kyle Moonen, 13th on the racetrack. Looks to improve his lap time, and he does up to 11th at a 14.98. Stephen Goldner in the number 30, 2nd quick, and we were actually all done with qualifying. Just got it off in time. And so a pair of Canadians with the top 2 spots, and Jeff Flaro is the quickest. So we're ready to go for heat racing here at the Volusia Speedway Park. Let's meet the field. Here is the starting lineup. Jeff Flaro and Joe Canellis make up row number 1. G.J. Boydell and Joseph Grandy, row 2. Barry Goldner and the Desert Demon, Terry Landis, that is the 3rd row. And rounding out the field in row number 4, Mike Cranmer and Bradley Wright. Field rolls off here. First of 2 laps as they follow the Steve King Foundation Pace Truck, formed to help the dirt track community across the country by providing financial assistance to drivers, pit crew members, officials, track operations, and a whole lot more of the immediate families of those individuals who suffer serious illness, injury, or death. See if we go green here this time or if we're going to wait one more lap, and we will go one more lap. Cloudy night here in Volusia. A cloudy afternoon to evening. Let's give you a quick weather report and how it looks. 4:17 p.m. the time here. As you can see, the track temp 66 degrees with the air pressure going back and forth. Actually, the correction, that is something else. Air temp 77 degrees, overcast, which means we should see some fast times here, that's for sure. Winner starts on pole position for our 305 feature. And we are ready for the green flag. Canellis and Flero side by side to turn 1. Canellis just a bit sideways as Cote clears for the early race lead. Cranmer and Landis touch, and Landis is in the wall. Hardy goes with 3 other cars around. That's Cranmer and Bradley Wright. And off at turn number 4, it's Jeff Flero that leads lap number 1 of 6. Canellis second, Grandy third, and the race for 4th, Barry Goldner and G.J. Boydell. The 36 moves up to P4. Boydell fights back around the outside. Cranmer up in the wall, and Boydell catches him. And that will be hello beaming for probably all of the above on the 4 bottom. Let's show you what happened at the start. There was a lot of contact out in the back. Ooh, Cranmer with the wildest spin of everyone there. So now we focus on the lead. 2 laps to go. It's Flero out in front. Joe Canella second. Joseph Grandy third. Barry Goldner with about a 1-second lead on G.J. Boydell. White is out here. Again, winner starts on pole for the 305 sprint feature for qualifying night number 2. And it's Jeff Flero in the Glenn Stires Racing Oshewican Speedway number 11 that will see the checkered flag first. Canella second, Grandy third, and Barry Goldner finishes in the 4th position. Those are your top 4 that will go to the feature. Everyone else will have to race their way in. Just waiting for a couple other drivers to come across the start-finish line. And so we're ready for heat race number 2. Here's the starting lineup. Stephen Goldner and Isaac Salas are your front row. Row number 2, Jesse Bandy and Pat Boyce. Row 3, Brian Lawson and John Rayner. And from 7th tonight is the Bassman, Roger Craig, who yet to update his paint scheme. Of course, you may notice his paint schemes look a lot like Dylan Westbrook's. No update yet for the 2023 season. This looks to be a stacked heat here, that's for sure, with Stephen Goldner, Isaac Salas, Jesse Bandy, Brian Lawson among the notables. Go one more lap here until we get the green flag. You see how the track looks. Still some chocolate chips in the middle to top grooves. Definitely helping out the outside line. Get some into it and dust it off early. But look how slick that low groove has gotten to be early here. So ready for the green flag. Winner starts outside of row 1. Again, top 4 transfer in. Stephen Goldner, Isaac Salas, the front row, and we're underway for Heat 2. Goldner gets away with a clean jump. Remember, he was second quickest in time trials at the buzzer. Salas is second. Oh, look out, Lawson. Craig Rayner sideways, and we pretty much have your top 4 there before we even get to turn 3. So Hat Boys for the final transfer spot. A 3-second advantage on John Rayner, but he wants a better spot. He's right on board with Boyce. He looks to close in on the Vanderbilt Master. Take a look real quick, show you what happened between Brian Lawson and Roger Craig, as well as John Rayner. See if there's some contact. Craig and Lawson, that didn't, nope, Lawson came up into Rayner, and nowhere to go was the Bass man. Two to go. Goldner, a good lead early on Isaac Salas, or I should say late in this one. Salas tries to find a way to close in. Of course, with 305 sprint cars, it's very tough to do so. One to go, comes down to Goldner and Salas, 0.2 of a second. Different lines. Goldner goes the slicker way. Salas tries to get the better corner on exit. See if Salas with one last shot sends it in. Goldner plays defense. Stephen Goldner wins Heat 2. Bandy and Boyce, your transfer spots. Everyone else will go to the B main. And so we move to Heat 3, and Heat number 3, your lineup looks like this. Randy Shreves and Brad Waite. That's your front row in this one. Jack Clevenger and Jeff Barker in row 2. Dean Reynolds, Colby Cassinger, row 3. And then starting from 7th tonight is Steve Maurer. Let the field here roll off. Again, winner starts inside of row number 2. We know the front row. Jeff Flero and Stephen Goldner tonight. Again, let us know who you're rooting for in the chat. We'll be sure to give you a shout out on the air. Very quiet in chat as everyone's all focused. A majority of our viewers in chat are normally racing, so I believe a lot of them are focused in on trying to make it into the features. Ready for the green flag this time. Shreves and Waite again, the front row. For heat race number 3 as we're green. Shreves out with the jump. Clevenger moves his way up to second as Waite drops a spot. Dean Reynolds in the final transfer spot in 4th, and he's hungry for 3rd. Takes a peek underneath on Waite for the bottom step of the podium. Off to turn 4, Shreves leads lap number 1, Clevenger 2nd, Waite 3rd, and Reynolds 4th. The drivers look to go single file off the corner and just play follow the leader, be patient at the moment. Clevenger, though, doesn't want to get patient. Drove it in deep, entering turn 3 that time. That allows Brad Waite to close in just a tick. Bad entry from the 23 as Clevenger set it in just a bit. Now can he close in on Randy Shreves? Bad exit as well for the 78. Waite and Reynolds still tucked up behind. Shreves last time by. Quickest lap, 15:10. Does he have a better lap? He does at a 15:05. And now look at Dean Reynolds as he looks to go around the outside of Waite. for P3. Can he get this to work here, entering the corner? Wow, Clevenger slides up the racetrack. And Reynolds has P3, biggest mover so far. In this heat, he's up 2 spots. Reynolds dusts the top off just a little bit as Dino enters the corner up on the cushion. You see Clevenger looks to send it deep once again, but final lap underway in heat 3. It's still Randy Shreves out in front. Clevenger, Reynolds, Waite. Waite and Barker is the race for 4th here at the end. Race for 2nd still breaks out. Clevenger and Reynolds. Shreves wins the heat. Coming to the line for 4th, that's Brad Waite on Jeff Barker. Valhalla Mobile watching as well. Says good luck to all the drivers running tonight and tomorrow. Thanks for tuning in, guys, and thanks for your support of the Jim Brown Memorial Winter Nationals for Childhood Cancer. As we now move to heat race number 4, here is your starting lineup for that one. The Spider Monkey, Brandon Dittmer. Next to him is Gentleman Jack Hitt. That is row number 1. Row number 2 is the Money King, Kyle Moonen in the 24, and the Captain Gary Taylor in the 34 ride. Row number 3 is Scooby-Doo, Zach Chapman, and the Mayor, Steve Bixler in the 75. Brent Lacey's supposed to start 7th, but we have no call for him to grid. Final heat race for our 305s before we get into our last chance qualifier. Set to go green this time for 6 laps. Winner starts on the outside of row number 2. 6 drivers to take the green here, as Benny will make the left-hand turn to pit road right now. Barney's got the green in hand. They're side by side to turn 1. Dittmer comes away with the advantage. Immediately clears Jack Hitt. Up the racetrack he goes, though. And Gentleman Jack crosses over. Wing to wing for the lead entering turn 3. Hitt throws the slider back. Dittmer tries to counter back on the slick stuff as Hitt leads lap number 1, but Dittmer fights back on the baby bottom. Can he slide up in front of Hitt? The answer is yes, but Hitt counters back. Dittmer nearly goes wide and in the wall off of turn number 2. Moon in 3rd, Taylor 4th, and Hitt with a beautiful slider, and Dittmer counters back. It's Slide Job City here in Fallujah in heat race number 4 with 2 laps in the books. Dittmer takes it back from Jack Hitt as he right on board with the 217. Here we go. Hitt back underneath on Dittmer. Tries to throw the slider. That's very tight off the corner, and Brandon takes a peek back underneath. Wonder what Kyle Moonen's thinking about this in the race car. He just set the quickest lap last time by. The top 2 nearly touched. Peeked underneath to think about going 3 wide, but doesn't do so. Dittmer tries to counter back once again for the race lead. 2 laps to go in heat 4. At the line, it was Jack Hitt just barely for a second. Dittmer slides up the racetrack and holds on to the lead for right now. Tries to slam the door on Gentleman Jack, and he does. Great block from Brandon Dittmer to hang on. That helps out Kyle Moonen. Look inside for second. Want to prevent a possible slide job so he can have the race lead. Moonen inside for P2. Can he get it? This is all that Brandon Dittmer needs to see. The 2 side by side for second. And through 3 and 4, the small Jack Hitt, hang on. Wow, what a save. He finishes in 4th. Almost lost it. He was about to go to the B main, but Brandon Dittmer wins the heat race. And so we move to our B main. We know 16 drivers in. We are taking the top 8. Let's just get the confirmation here that we are taking the top 8. And we are. Top 8 will go to our feature. And here is how your starting lineup looks for our last chance showdown in the 305s this evening. Pair of Canadians on row 1, G.J. Boydell and J.R. John Rayner. Row 2, the Brewerton Beast, Jeff Barker, and Scooby-Doo, Zach Chapman. Row number 3 is the Desert Demon, Terry Landis, and Brian Lawson in the 9. Row 4, Colby Cassinger in the 714, and the Mayor Steve Bixler in the 75. Rounding out your top 10, Bradley Wright in the 814, and the Bassman Roger Craig in the 747. Row number 6 is Steve Maurer in the 888. Brennan Lacey's supposed to start next to him. Mike Kramer will start from the tail end. B-Main here is set for 10 laps, and again, we take the top 8. We will focus on the driver that starts from the 8th starting spot once we complete lap number 1, unless there is a better race out there. One to go until we take the green flag. Lights off the Steve King Foundation pace truck. As we are just about ready to go. Boydell and JR bring us to the green flag. Here we go. B-Main's underway. Stack up on the inside line as Boydell was caught sleeping. Gives Boydell the lead, and we're 3 wide. Roger Craig up on the chocolate chips. Looks to pick up some spots. He's already up 3 in the 7th, and Bixler is sideways in the wall. No, he saved it. Great move from him. Your race is for the lead with Rayner and Boydell. 8th place car currently at the moment is Mike Kramer. He's got some distance to Colby Cassinger, about 0.7 of a second. Pack racing here in turns 3 and 4. Boydell clears Rayner for the lead. Oh, they just about touched bumper bars there. Look out, Zach Chapman sideways with Lawson, with Landis. Who's going to get through this? Bixler gets through in 8th after spinning earlier. Landis, Lawson, Craig. The notable 3 involved in that. Take a look here, another angle. You see Lawson, Chapman get together. Oh, a tough break for Roger and Terry, all involved in that. So your 8th place driver is Steve Bixler, who's closing it on both Chapman and Bixler. Bixler with a lot of gap. 2-second advantage. Maurer just a bit sideways off of turn 4 as we are halfway home. Boydell just set the quickest lap of this race. Last time by at a 15:23 as he'll put a lap on Roger Craig. We'll focus back on that race. Bixler and Maurer touch around. Go Steven. Oh, get that gas it, gas it, gas it. Oh, flips it. And collects Bradley Wright, who loses the top wing like a chicken with his head cut off. And yes, it is confirmed. We still have that new damage model. I was wondering for a moment. And so GJ Boydell will put a lap on the wingless micro, as I like to call it. And so the final transfer spot belongs to Terry Landis, who has a 9-second lead on Bradley Wright. So all is working out well for him with 2 to go. You see Zach Chapman, there is some top wing damage on the 72. But it shouldn't be a mega issue for him. As you see Landis make the pass after spinning earlier. Up into 7th he goes. Meanwhile, Boydell is your leader. Down the back straight, you got a good race for 2nd between Rayner and Kramer while they deal with the lap car of Bradley Wright. Forces him out of the way. Boydell wins the B-Main. Rayner, Kramer, Cassinger, Barker, Bixler, Landis, and Chapman all make it into the show. The bottom 3 go home. So it's now time for our warm-ups here before our 20-lap feature. Let's step aside and let you guys watch all the action. The feature coming up next. Warm-ups are in the books. We're ready for our first feature of the evening. Let's meet the field. Here is the starting lineup. We're having some technical difficulties on that, so we will not get you the starting lineup music. But on the front row, Jeff Flero in car number 11 and Stephen Goldner in the 30. Row 2, Randy Shreves in the 56 and the Spider Monkey, Brandon Dittmer in the 83. Row number 3, Joe Canelis in the 1 and the Slide Job, Isaac Salas in the 5. Row 4, Jack Clevenger in the 78 and the Money King, Kyle Moonen in the 24. Rounded out your top 10, Joseph Grandy in the 518 and Jesse Bandy in the 57. Row number 6, Dean Reynolds in the 79 and the captain, Gary Taylor in car number 34. Row number 7, Barry Goldner in the 36, Pat Boyce in car number 41. Row 8 is Brad Waite in the 23 and Gentleman Jack Hitt in the 217. Row 9 is G.J. Boydell in the 014 and J.R. John Rayner in the 302. Row number 10, Mike Cranmer in the 70, Colby Cassinger in the 714. Row 11, the Brewerton Beast, Jeff Barker in the 513 and the Mayor, Steve Bixler in the 75. And rounding out the field, the Desert Demon, Terry Landis in the 61 and Scooby-Doo, Zach Chapman in the 72. Time for picks on who's going to win our 20-lap feature this evening. I am going to go with the way the track is, I'm going to go with Stephen Goldner in this one. I think it'll come to him, especially late in this race. Steve King Foundation Pace Truck lights are off as we are set to go to the green flag as we await the race against childhood cancer start. Again, the Jim Brown Memorial Winter Nationals are racing for childhood cancer this entire week as we've got a Canadian front row with Jeff Flero and Stephen Goldner ready to go for 20 laps here at Volusia Speedway Park. We'll let them off tonight for the first feature race with the Bugle. Flero tries to slide up, leaves Goldner just barely a lane off the corner, and Steven nearly got forced in the wall. Entering turn 3, oh, hang on, big wreck, Kyle Moonen bikes it, Isaac Salas with mega airtime, just like in his warm-up. Lap 1, and it's calamity. And you see the 714 of Cassinger also involved. Here's the look. Watch that, Canelis just slipping to Salas, then there's Moonen. Look at the height from Isaac. Let's watch that onboard with Slide Job. Look at that, and he landed it. I don't even know if he's got any damage from that. I think that car maybe still be good to continue. Of course, everyone has a quick repair. But I actually think Salas's car is good. Yeah, I don't even see any damage one bit. Up, made tail now. Yep, you see how that right side Nerf bar is just a bit curved in, so he will go for the quick repair to be safe than sorry. Yep, there was some damage on the roll bars for chassis. So they'll get a quick repair. Kyle Moonen has, I believe, he's he's still in the pits. I'm not sure. I think he actually may have had to tow it into the pits, so. But I believe, and yes, Moonen is back out on the racetrack. I believe we did not complete a lap. So we'll go at it once again. Lights are off. Again, for sprint races, all single file restarts. Jeff Flero leads, Stephen Goldner second, Randy Shreves third, Brandon Dittmer fourth, and Joe Canelis round out your top 5. Try this restart once again and put, I believe, 1 if not 2 laps up in the books. And Flero decides to go earlier than a lot of people expected, as we are back to the green flag. So Flero holds serve for right now, and Shreves challenges the 30 for P2, and Steven slams the door right in his face. Flero, meanwhile, still decides to rock the cushion up high. Remember, this was the track where Flero won his first ever Renegades race at in the Coast2Coast Racing League, but he's got company from the 30 and Steven Goldner. Meanwhile, Kyle Moon has crashed, no caution, brings it into pit road. At the line, Goldner takes the lead from Jeff Flero, new leader in the 305s. And now can he just clear? And he can. Flero now stuck with Shreves up to his left side. Zach Chapman has crashed at no caution. Meanwhile, what a send from Jeff Flero. Nearly got into the tail tank as the caution flag is out. And that is for Zach Chapman. He has towed it into the pits, which makes you think that he flipped the race car. Ooh, Bixler just got into him and they just hooked. I mean, he saved it there for now. Ooh, then he got sideways. I think he decided it wasn't worth to get it back the opposite direction. Especially with all that traffic. So that's why the caution came out because we stopped on the racetrack. This is the onboard here with Scooby-Doo. You can see here, watch closely. He could have had time to tow it. He wanted to wait until that happened. Yeah, you know what? He towed it before the cars came by. There may have been some net code there for a second or two. So that is Zach Chapman who brings out the caution flag. While we are at it, we should take an opportunity before we go green to mention that, as always in all of our charity races, that we do have door prizes up for grabs. They will be awarded during the finals broadcast. Raven Graphics giving away 2 hero cards, ABR Setup Shop, a $30 gift certificate, Young Gun Creations 2 free wraps, a free wrap from 2-1 Designs, a free wrap from Velocity Wraps, a free wrap from Epsilon Sprint Wraps, 2 hours and 2 people sim time from Valhalla Mobile, I believe I pronounced that correctly, as well as another gift, free entry in their next tournament. I believe Roger said that Valhalla is this weekend, and it is for $3,000 for the tournament. That should be a lot of fun to watch. All right, going back to green this time. 6 laps go up on the board. Steven Goldner, Jeff Flero, Randy Shreves, Brandon Dittmer, Jack Clevenger, the top 5, and Goldner immediately fires. Let's watch Jeff Flero here closely in the corners if he decides to send it. Goldner plays defense on the bottom. In fact, 3 of the top 5 drivers decide to swap it down on the basement. Clevenger makes a run inside as Shreves just about slams the door in his face, maybe 3 wide off the corner. A bad center for Joseph Grendy allows Canellis to pull it up. And meanwhile, for second, Shreves, a chance on Flero. Does he take it off the corner? I think he can. He doesn't have him clear officially just yet. He's right on board with the 56. He does have him clear now. Watch as well. Flero and Dittmer both around the outside. Dittmer barely with the lane. Next to 11 as he run on board with the Spider Monkey. Nearly hops the cushion. Down inside he goes on Flero. That's for the bottom step of the podium at the moment. Dittmer's got a better car than Flero in the slick stuff from the looks of it. Cross flags up from Barney this time. 10 up and 10 down. Goldner still with the lead, but Shreves still hanging in there with the 30. And that's what happens when you have fixed setups with this series. Dittmer just about taps the wall meanwhile in turn number 2. Shreves, though, right there on Steven for the lead. 9 to go with the 305s in qualifying night number 1. Go to your race for third here as Flero looks underneath on Dittmer. Easy pass for him. He throws the slider on the 83. Dittmer tries to counter back. We've got 8 laps left, and we've got a good race for the lead here. Meanwhile, there was a 3-car race for third. but the yellow is out. Terry Landis has lost the top wing. He has flipped the number 61, almost hit it twice. Hold the brakes there, Terry, because he got cars about to pass you. I believe as well Pat Boyce was involved in the accident too. Here's a look at the Malcolm's replay. Pat Boyce just got him. Ooh. Oh my! Ouch. Oh, Rama. Watch Pat. The head-on shot, and also collects Zach just barely. Right on board here with the Desert Demon. Oh, Salas had already spun. He did a 360, but no caution, so he stayed under the green flag. And what a lick. Left front suspension is bent on the 61. Well, we did not see that part of Salas spinning. It didn't come up on our end. That was not the cause of the yellow, but Salas has called it a night in the 305s. He will now focus his attempts on the 358s, which are coming up next on the Coast to Coast Racing Network. 305 feature later this week is set for 30 laps. That feature takes place on Thursday night. Wednesday night is Soup Night, where we'll have our guaranteed B and C main and likely a D and E main. We'll also have Wednesday night during the last chance broadcast 4 dice rolls to determine how many rows will be inverted in each division. Up to 6 rows will be inverted. Steve King Foundation pace truck is in. 7 laps to go. Steven Gollner looks for the win here in the 305s tonight as we're back to the green flag. Flaro immediately tries the outside on Shreves. Fakes high, tries low. Shreves shuts the door. Race for third. Meanwhile, though, as Dittmer looks to go the long way around the racetrack. Had a better exit compared to Cote in the corner. Got a lot of stacking up in the back of the pack. One car up in the wall and off the pace. That is Terry Landis. Well, look at this race for third here. Nearly 3 wide. Joseph Grandy wants to go 2 for 1 here. 5 laps to go at Fallujah. Flaro tucks in line. It's Dittmer. Takes away third. Oh, Grandy got Flaro. Flaro tried the bottom. Luck out of the pack. Waite's also involved and collects another. Landis is one of them, and the other is Cassinger. Flaro tried the bottom. Unfortunately, Grandy was just about there. And a tough break for Jeff, who was looking at a top 5 run this evening. Here's another angle at it. Yeah, Grandy just barely got him. And there's weight. Then it's more. This is why we all have. This is why we don't have to use any pedals at all. Right on board with Jeff here. Just barely the slight contact, not once but twice. Then you see as well Wake get involved and everyone else. Let's watch Waite's on board here as well. One just tried to avoid him, and then there you see the pileup take place. So we will have 4 laps to go. Lights are off the Steve King Foundation pace truck. Goldner has led the most laps in this one. Can Shreves pull something off? Can he send it? At this point, you may have to make your move early on this restart if you're Randy Shreves. Obviously, you don't want to wreck Steven Goldner. We'll see what happens. Doyle rooting for the Salty Dogs, hitting Landis. Craig Piper rooting for Randy Shreves. As we are back to green. Great restart for Stephen Goldner, Dittmer, and Grandy. Race for the third spot on the track. Dittmer using the cushion to propel him to hang on to P3. Meanwhile, Dean Reynolds, Jack Clevenger, side by side for fifth. 3 laps to go for Stephen Goldner to hang on. Grandy underneath on Dittmer. Free race for third. Cassinger has crashed. He's jumped into the pits. We stay under the green flag. Right on board here with Jack. As he watches that race in front of him for the bottom step of the podium. 2 laps remain. Shreves still your second place driver at the moment. But Dittmer wants one more spot as he rides the cushion. Ooh, on the chocolate chips barely. As the white flag is out, 1 lap to go for Stephen Goldner in the 30. Past Jeff Flero just after the first restart. Half a lap away from winning. Meanwhile, the race for second. Shreves and Dittmer. Dittmer tries to chastain it. Goldner wins. Second goes to Dittmer by 200ths. Man, he got that to work at the end. Top 3 will pose for a photo, and I believe we will talk with them in just a moment. And yes, got to show Dean up here. He says, good race, good race. Mike Kramer, excuse me, Zach Chapman, we should mention, is your biggest mover, up 13 spots from last to 11th. Phil Hawley did confirm the tournament is this Sunday at the Glenn Steyer's Race Shop. So that should be a fun one to watch. We do have some time here until we have our 3:58 event, so with that gives us an opportunity to talk with your top 3, Stephen Goldner, Randy Shreves, and Brandon Dittmer. We'll begin here with our 3rd place finisher and Randy Shreves. Randy, it's got to be tough almost getting 2nd place there at the end. Brandon nipped you there, but walk us through your run. You almost got Stephen. What more did you need?
Yeah, I knew I probably should have went up there to the top. That bottom was just going away, and I don't know. I was just used to running down there on the bottom and chasing after Steven, and I don't know. I just wish I would have moved up. But you know, it was a fun race. Definitely action packed for the fans, and you know, can't ask for much more than that. It was just an awesome race.
What'd you learn from today that you can use forward towards either Wednesday or Thursday and or Thursday?
Pretty much that, you know, once I start noticing that bottom go away, I'm moving up to the top.
All right. Who do you want to give shout outs to on the run?
I definitely want to thank my team, LGR Motorsports, ABR Setup Shop, Coulter West at Redline Race Design, One Wish Foundation, Wraps and Stitches, KSP Builders, Finish Line Repair, um, everybody with Coast to Coast, you, Marty, for the broadcast, and everybody for putting on this awesome charity race, and everybody for watching.
All right, man. We'll let you go. Great job, and we wish you the best the rest of the week.
Thanks, Marty.
Randy Shreves, our 3rd place finisher. Let's go to our 2nd place finisher in Brandon Dittmer, the Spider Monkey. Brandon, a last lap pass. That car was fast on the high side at the end. Randy just told us he should have moved up to the top there in the final laps. How much did it come in late in the race?
Not as much as I was hoping. It came in really good there before that last caution, but then it kind of went away. I was just really lucky that it had stayed as good as it did.
What was the gap of the line? Our end had 200s. Was that what it was?
Oh, I didn't look, actually.
All right, let me take a look right now per iRacing as we're showing the finish here. 100th of a second, the margin of victory. So a lot like what we saw in the LMP2 race in the Rolex 24, that's for sure. But what'd you learn as we head into the rest of the week? Do you feel like your 305 Sprint is a car that comes in really well late in the process?
Yeah, as long as the track kind of clears up as it goes. And unfortunately, it will be only an A main, so I'm not 100% sure what the track state will start at for that feature, but hopefully it comes in more of the same. And yeah, maybe hopefully we can pick something up come Thursday.
Who do you want to give shout outs to?
You for the broadcast, Roger for Coast to Coast, charity, awesome event that we're doing here.
Absolutely.
I believe it's Redline. Redline? No, I forgot who did this scheme. I feel so bad. Trading Wheels Racing, and then Venom Racing for letting me run with them tonight.
All right, man. Sounds good. We'll let you go. Great job. Best of luck to you rest of the week.
Thank you.
All right, that's Brandon Dittmer, our second place finisher. As we go to Cool Ray Victory Lane to talk with your feature winner and Stephen Gollner. Stephen, the car to beat tonight, I guess we'll begin by showing the pass for P1. Just walk us through how the car was early.
Car was good. I didn't really want to see that first caution there, but you know, at the end of the day, it worked out. So, car was real good. I got to thank Moona for spotting a little bit there and telling me, you know, I had a good gap and I was hitting my lines good. So I got to thank him. He had a rough deal there, so hopefully he can bounce back in this next race.
Absolutely, man. That's for sure. Shreves closed in a little bit on you there. I think it was just about maybe midway through the race, if not in the final stages, before we got a couple of yellows in the process. What was better, you think, in your opinion, than Shreve's car was to have you hold him off?
Well, I was running the top there and what I thought was running good laps. Really wasn't. Moona looked at my lap time, said I was faster on the bottom, and said Shreves was coming on the bottom. So I went down to the bottom, kind of struggled there, and so I got it figured out and started, you know, just being patient with the car. And I think that definitely helped. The bottom in these 305s is good if you can hit it right. It's just a fine line. It's super thin down there, so you got to really focus on hitting your marks.
What'd you learn from tonight as we head into the rest of the week?
I learned we've got a pretty good car, so hopefully, you know, the pill draw Wednesday night gives us a good number. Maybe we can start up front and hopefully finish up front Thursday.
Who do you want to give shout outs to?
I gotta thank all the guys at Vanderbilt. We got quite a few guys here running tonight and hopefully tomorrow. Lacey's hopefully gonna get his computer fixed and racing. RegmanBrothersPod.com, Ross at Velocity Race Design, Dirt Doctor Trucking, Fitzy at Fitz Perfect Photography, Moon and Racing Engines, and you guys for the broadcast, and Roger for the league.
All right, man. We'll let you go. Congratulations on the win. Best of luck in the rest of the night.
Thanks. Hopefully we're talking to you in one of these next 3 races.
Sounds good, man. Stephen Gollner, your winner in Cool Ray Victory Lane. He did confirm the reason why we didn't see Brendan Lacey make a call to the grid. He is having some technical difficulties, to say the least. Don't worry, this will get finished on us right here. Here are your official results from Heat Racing. We'll pull them up for you right here, right now. As Stephen Gollner took the win by 0.7 of a second on Brandon Dittmer. Randy Shreves third, Joseph Grandy fourth, Jack Clevenger fifth, Dean Reynolds sixth, Jesse Bandy seventh, Mike Kramer eighth, Gary Taylor ninth, and Jack Hitt in the 10th position. So, 305 qualifying night number 1 in the books. We're going to step aside and take our first break of the evening. When we come back, 358 modifieds take to the track of Volusia. Stay with us on the Coast to Coast Racing Network.
Hi, Olivia Olson here. I would just like to thank all of you for your generous donations and well wishes. Every dollar truly does go the distance to make a difference in the lives of those affected by childhood cancer. Not only does this money help support covering hospital fees, treatments, and therapies, it goes as far as covering parking and gas fees to travel to see specialized doctors. The Kings and Jesse are just one example of the immense good that Thon and Four Diamonds brings. Thon also provides these families with a platform to share their stories with others, to give and get support with those going through similar experiences. Because of that, Thon is a very emotional 46 hours. Jesse, Alex, and I, and all of our friends share many memories together, supporting one another through it all, supporting our dancers. And a lot of these memories are filled with smiles and laughter, but a lot of happy and sad tears and a lot of hugs, which is why I want to thank all of you so much for allowing Alex and I to utilize this platform, and the whole racing community for supporting us through this cause. And I would love to wish all of you a very happy and healthy 2023. Please remember to never take anything for granted and tell the people around you that you love them, because you never know what's going to happen. Thank you all so much again, and have a good one.
It's Florida in February. Kick off 2023 with the Dirt Car Nationals at Volusia Speedway Park. Sprint cars, late models, and modifieds at the world's fastest half mile. World of Outlaw Sprint Cars and Dirt Car UMP Modifieds February 6th through the 11th. World of Outlaws Late Models and Super Dirt Car Series Big Block Modifieds February 13th through the 18th. Tickets and camping at dirtcarnationals.com. February 6th through the 18th at Volusia Speedway Park. Be there.
We're back here on the Coast to Coast Racing Network where the sun is setting at Volusia Speedway Park. 358's about to take the track here, and again, this is on the Coast to Coast Racing Network. The Salty Dogs race team, Jim Brown Memorial Winter Nationals, in honor of childhood cancer. And they've been great with us all season long. That's for sure. So, Marty Scala with you once again. Glad you could join us here. We've got a car count of about 29 drivers with us. Jeff Flair right now taking to the track in car number 200. Take a look at our times here at the moment. Brandon Templeton in the number 31, currently your quickest, as he has a 16.684. Second quick belongs to Harold Klump. Klump currently with a 16.788 or 7.8. Third, Isaac Salas, 16.799. And we're going to get right into it with qualifying. 2 minutes, 2 laps. We'll see how times look here. You want to be starting up near the front, that's for sure. And so we'll focus on the driver, the number 31 here in Brandon Templeton. Lap number 1 underway. Again, quickest drive, favorite drivers on the bottom of your screen. Depends on where they are. If you'll see them for a longer while, or if they're a lot coming to the line, you'll see them quickly. Templeton sets the bar on lap number 1, 16.98. Isaac Salas quickest, 16.89. Colby Castinger third quick, 16.99. Kemper goes fourth at 17 even. Let's watch the lap here for Brandon coming off of turn number 4. Joseph Grandy moves up to second quick. Templeton's second lap is off by 100. Let's go to Grandy's second lap. Jeff Barker second quick. Grandy looks to beat a 961. Good line here. He is off the pace by just a bit. Here's Barker in the Marines all about tie-dye 513. Looks to beat this lap. Is it a better lap? It's slower. Pat Boyce comes across the line, the 41, 1709, as we got 30 seconds left in qualifying. Let's go to the Money King, Kyle Moonen in the Vanderbilt 24. His first lap is underway. Joe Canellis, his first lap was an invalidated lap. Here comes Canellis across the line. He goes 17th quick, 17-17. Moonen off the final corner. This could be a good lap for him. We'll see how he looks on lap number 1. 13th quick, 17:09. And that will do it for qualifying. Isaac Salas goes the quickest with the only 16.8 second lap. Ronell's 16.94. So a good 9 or more. So a great lap from Isaac Salas again. No inverts. If you're used to qualifying normally on Coast to Coast Racing League nights, there is an invert, but no invert here tonight. Starting lineup for heat race number 1. Isaac Salas and Colby Cassinger make up your front row. Jack Hitt and Kyle Moonen are on row number 2. That's Gentleman Jack Hitt, the Money King Kyle Moonen, and Slide Job Isaac Salas. G.J. Boydell and Terry Landis make up your third row. And then Landis is the Desert Demon. And then Jeff Flair and the Mayor, Steve Bixler, round out the field. You see Landis has exchanged his paint job from the regular Desert Demon machine to the Yoo-Hoo machine that he first drove. The Coast to Coast Racing League, and don't forget Landis is inducted in, is a Coast to Coast Hall of Fame inductee. Let us know who you're rooting for here in the chat. We'll be sure to give you a shout out live and on the air. Again, so glad you could join us. One lap to go until we take the green flag. Set for the green flag. Winner starts on pole tonight for our 20-lap feature. 6 laps each heat race. Salas and company, bring us to green. Here we go. Track has immediately slickened up on the bottom. It's only heat race number 1. Salas clears off of turn 2. Gassinger second. Moonen just behind in third. And Jack Hitt up into the 4th spot. Salas leads lap number 1. No side-by-side racing amongst anyone, but you see Bixler test the bottom on Landis for the 7th position. It doesn't work out. Gassinger, meanwhile, all over Salas's tail. See that rear bumper? The IRC from ND. Matt Shepard said that once. Kyle Moonen quickest on the track after 2 laps, 16:87. And underneath he goes on the 7:14. That's your race for P2. See Gassinger drive it deep. Oh, he caught the Jersey barrier and collects Kyle Moonen. He just barely misses it for 4th. Cuts off Boydell, and Moonen's upside down. Wow, that was wild stuff. Well, we'll break down everything in just a moment, but it's Salas, Hitt, Boydell, and Flaro's got company as Terry Landis is all over him for the heat win. They're side by side to turn 3. You know your top 3. Who's going to get the final transfer spot? Flaro just about goes up the track, but it's good enough for him. Flaro takes the final spot on Terry Landis, but we've got Gassinger and Moonen. Let's take a look at the replays here. If not, we'll be able to rewind. And that we will do. We will rewind. Look at what happened to Colby and Kyle. Gassinger just caught the Jersey barrier. And then Moonen cut off Flaro and he forced him upside down. And I don't blame Moonen for pulling that move. He is trying to get a transfer spot. He had no other choice. So field is rolled off here as we get set for heat race number 2. Jeff Barker, the Bruton Beast, and Jeff Kemper, that is your front row. Harold Klump and Bradley Wright, row number 2. Joder Cadellas and the Spider Monkey, Brandon Dittmer on row number 3. And then the Bassman, Roger Craig, starts from P7. Bear with us here real quick as we're going to take an opportunity to update our onboards here. If you don't know me and don't watch my normal series, I like to put the onboards for a rear end on the bumper bar. And this is fine just where it is at the moment. So you look at Jeff Barker. Him and Kemper will go side by side to bring us to the green flag. Winner starts next to Isaac Salas in this one. Green flag is out. Put it at a slower pace to bring us to green so we can fire in turn number 4. I like the move. And we clear Kemper though off the corner. Not just yet as they're just about door panel to door panel. No yaw in the corner though. It's just a stack up from 4th on back. Bradley Wright holding up Brandon Dittmer and company. Kemper looks the longer way around the track for the race leads. You're on board with the 181. Nice middle of the corner, very smooth for Kemper, looking for the lead. Can't get it just yet. Brandon Dittmer, meanwhile, up into the 4th spot. Everyone past Bradley Wright. Roger Craig almost goes sideways. So Barker back in the 2nd position. He watches Kemper get smaller and smaller each lap from the looks of it, but Barker not giving up though. He was though 3/10 slower than Kemper last time by. On board with Jeff. See as well that 66 of Harold Klump just behind. Final spot again belongs to Brandon Dittmer at the moment with a 7/10 of a second advantage on Roger Craig, and I guess we consider a Tim Sears Jr. paint scheme. Final lap underway in Heat 2. Here we go. Kemper looks underneath after setting a 16-second lap a couple moments ago. Kemper with a nice exit. Barker won't go for the send and off turn number 4. Kemper takes the win in heat race number 2. Barker, Klump, and Dittmer, your transfers. So now we move on to heat race number 3. Field almost gridded up. Lineup looks like this. Joseph Grandy and Scooby-Doo Zach Chapman on row number 1. Brian Lawson and Samuel Bachman in row number 2. Stephen Gollner and Jesse Bandy, the Bandy Belt Master, in row number 3. And Barry Gollner starts from 4th. So what is this? The last 3 drivers are all off the Bandy Belt Racing clan. Keep ignoring that King of the Wing logo, guys. That was from our last charity event. I'm force of habit. I have a button for logo, and I just use it so much that's become a force of habit on Monday nights. I don't have a logo set on my graphics. It's just the iRacing logo that's permanently instilled on there. Lights are off the Steve King Foundation pace truck. We go green this time by. Set for the green flag. Randy gets a good jump entering turn 1. Chapman stays put in 2nd, while Lawson and Bachman door-to-door for 3rd. And Bachman clips the wall, loses some speed, opens the door for Gollner. Bandy gets into him! And all 3 Bandy Belt cars get a piece of the accident somehow. Steven falls back to 7th. He may pull a rock and roll Gollner moment like he has in the past. You look at Williams Grove in a 360 sprint, for example. Your top 4 nose to tail. I don't know if they realize it, but Bachman is 2.5 seconds ahead of Barry Gollner, so they could all just play it safe than sorry. But if you know Scooby-Doo and Zach Chapman, they'll want to go for a race lead. Joseph Grandy, still your race leader. Last night in another league, the Glen Ridge iRacing League, Joseph Grandy led a chunk of the 75-lap feature at Port Royal, and then a bad restart and fell out of it. Top 2 are pulling away from Lawson and Bachman. This is from the rear end of the 518, from the fuel tank. See Chapman take a peek underneath. Line's gonna work here as Chapman tries to send it through 3 and 4. Final lap underway in heat 3. No passes have been made one bit since the accident with Jesse, Barry, and Steven. Could Chapman change that here? We'll see what happens down the back. Looks inside on Grandy. This is a send move, but Grandy is gonna come away with this win. Lawson third and Bachman fourth. Those are your transfer spots. One more heat race left to go here for our 358s before the LCQ. Brandon Templeton and low-line Brennan Lacey has fixed his connection issues, his computer issues. They make up row number 1. Pat Boyce and Randy Shreves, your second row this evening. Bob DeGood and Steve Maurer, row number 3, and then Jack Clevenger starts from 7th in the 78. Winner starts on the outside of row 2 next to Joseph Grandy. Good night of 358 action so far for Lucia, but that is all, you know, it's going to get crazy when we get to feature time. Because these 358s know how to rock and roll. All right, we are ready for the green flag here in heat race number 4. Jim Brown Memorial Winter Nationals for childhood cancer. Again, so glad you could join us this evening. Green flag is out. Templeton and Lacey side by side, but Templeton clears just barely off of turn 2. Trees now looks underneath of the Vanderbilt 414 for second, and we're 3 wide for 4. Man, that's close calls there between the 4 out back in Maurer, Boyce, Clevenger, and DeGood. We got a race for the lead. Brennan Lacey almost took the lead in turn 1 on Brandon Templeton. Here's your top 4 all curly nose to tail. See Shreves now challenging the baby bottom. Decides to cut it back though. On board with low-line master Brennan Lacey. Could be a threat for the 360 race and maybe even the big blocks tonight. Steve Maurer currently with the 4th and final transfer spot, and he's watching behind him Clevenger and Boyce. But Clevenger sent a big time entering turn number 1. They have just closed in a bit. Lacey the quickest car last time by 16.92, just by about, I guess you could say, thousandths on Brandon Templeton. Lacey is still quicker amongst the top 3. 16.95, Templeton 16.99, and Shreve 16.98. Right on board with Brandon Templeton. Could be 1 to go at the line. That's how close they are. Bumper to bumper entering turn 1. Will Lacey try and send it off at turn 2? He peeks, there he goes, down underneath for the win. Oh, he clipped the Jersey barrier, and that's gonna do it. Templeton wins heat 4, Lacey 2nd, Shreves 3rd, and Steve Maurer finishes 4th. He is in the show for the 358s tonight. That's a great run for him. And so it's B-main time. Again, top 8 will transfer. Here's how the lineup looks. It's Terry Landis, the Desert Demon, and the Bassman Roger Craig on row 1. Jesse Bandy and Jack Clevenger, row 2. Colby Cassinger and Bradley Wright, row number 3. Barry Goldner and Bob DeGood, row 4. The Money King, Kyle Moonen and Joe Dirt Canales, row 5. Row 6, Stephen Goldner and Pat Boyce. And row 7 on the inside is the mayor, Steve Bixler. So a stacked V-main, that's for sure. We'll focus on after lap 1 mostly. The driver in 8th spot, and that will begin as Bob DeGood. Again, we've got more qualifying racing tomorrow night on the Coast to Coast Racing Network, beginning at the same time. And just like tonight as well, top 8 drivers will transfer to the finals. Again, from that last race, Stephen Goldner, Brandon Dittmer, Randy Shreves, Joseph Grandy, Jack Clevenger, Dean Reynolds, Jesse Bandy, and Mike Cranmer are in the show for the 305s. Decided technical difficulty there for a split second, but we are set for our consi for 10 laps. Landis and Craig side by side. The two friends go into turn number 1. The two salty dogs. Landis a little bit too much yaw. Craig decides to go right next to the chocolate chips off the corner. Allows Landis to pull away by just about a car length. Clevenger and Bandy go at it for P3 on the racetrack. Let's focus on the driver in 8. That is Bob D. Good, but he has got Bradley Wright all over his tail. Tries the longer way around the track. That's slicking up. You may want to go up to where it's not slick, especially on these fixed setups. But look who else wants to make a charge up there. Stephen Goldner wants to do his rock and roll technique like he has done in the past many times. Here's a good race for 7th as D. Good is on Barry Goldner for the spot. This could be pivotal here, and D. Good's got 7th. As the Golders duke at it for P8. Meanwhile, up front, they could be hoping for a wreck to break out amongst 2 through 6 as Roger Craig holds back Cassinger, Moonin, Clevenger, and Bandy. For right now, Steven inside for 8th, make it for 7th, throws the elbow at D. Good, they nearly touch. D. Good almost goes flipping. Stephen Goldner has the 8th spot. Tuck it back in line, no, a bad corner. Barry with a run around the outside. Let's off in turns 3 and 4, but a better 3 and 4 keeps him in 8th. Pat Boyce 9th, and Barry back to 10th. We're halfway home in Araconsi. 5 up and 5 down. Terry Landis with a 9/10 of a second lead, to me a 6/10 of a second lead on Roger Craig. Kyle Moon in 3rd, Jesse Bandy 4th, 5th Colby Cassinger, 6th Jack Clevenger, and this is the race for the final transfer spot. Stephen Goldner against Pat Boyce. Goldner won 7th though. On D. Good, if so, he'll be up 4 spots for the drop of the green flag, and he takes it. Oh no, Boyce gets turned off of Barry, and they're out of it. First car out is Bradley Wright, but it's going to take a miracle to try and make it in. 2.5 laps to go at Fallujah. Landis still tries to pull away on Kyle Moonin, who's now made the pass for 2nd. How about this run he's had? Up 7 spots from the start of this one. Let's go to Cassinger and Bandy, your race for P4. Nearly 3 wide off the corner. Cassinger takes 4th at the line. We're on the last lap. And Kyle Moonin is all over Terry Landis for this heat win, but I don't think it's going to be enough. And through 3 and 4, Landis will see the checkers. He wins the B main. Greg 3rd, Cassinger in 5th. Final car in is Bob D. Good over Bradley Wright. So the Desert Demon wins the B main. And now we head into warm-ups. Feature coming up next. You'll be watching the warm-ups while I mute the mic. So we are set to go for our second feature of the evening. Let's meet the field in your starting lineup. On the front row is Slide Job Isaac Salas in the Super Dirt Car Series 5. And next to him, Jeffrey Kemper in the 181. Row number 2, Joseph Grandy in the 518 and Brandon Templeton in the 31. Row 3, Gentleman Jack Hitt in the 217 and the Brewerton Beast, Jeff Barker in the 513. Row 4, Scooby-Doo Zach Chapman in the 72 and low line, Brendan Lacey in the 414. Row 5, G.J. Boydell in the 014 and Harold Klump in the 66. Row 6, Brian Lawson in the 9 and Randy Shreves in the 56. As we look at row number 7, second half of the grid, Jeff Flero in the 200 and the Spider Monkey, Brandon Dittmer in the 83. Row 8, Samuel Bachman in the 007 and Steve Maurer in the 888. Row 9, the Desert Demon, Terry Landis in the 61 and the Money King, Kyle Moonen in the 24. Row 10, the Bassman, Roger Craig in the 747 and Jesse Bandy in the 57. Row 11, Colby Cassinger in the 714 and Jack Clevenger in the 78. Rounding out the field, Stephen Goldner in the 30 and Bob DeGood in the 7. Going green next time by. Lights are off the Steve King Foundation pace truck. Who's my pick to win? If you guessed right, it's Isaac Salas. They make their way off turn number 2. 24 men about to thunder their way into turn number 1. Second feature of the evening in qualifying night number 1. This time with the small block modifieds. The race against childhood cancer start. Salas and Kemper bring them to green. Nearly 3 wide for second, but Salas comes away with the early lead. Kemper looks around the outside, though, for the top spot. Grandy and Templeton also move on the upstairs line. Salas cuts off Kemper. Bachman, meanwhile, has crashed, and the caution flag is out. And that is in turn 3 with the 007. And I believe he had his drink stirred before we took the green. Contact with, I think, Flero, and I think he may have gotten some help from Maurer as well. Bachman just pretty much stopped. Not sure what happened there, but let's ride on board here. That was a stack up. We got turned, and the car just came to a stop on the Jersey barrier. So we did not complete a lap for those wondering at home, so we'll try this again. And this time it should be single file. Chris, sorry about Bachman there, man. I know you're rooting for him tonight, that's for sure. So actually, we will go back to double file. Correction, sorry about that. Salas Kemper, row 1. Templeton Grandy, row 2. Barker Hitt, row 3. Lacey Chapman, row 4. Klump Boydell, round out your top 10. We'll try out the restart here this time. And Salas immediately is checked out of the hotel. Grandy clears for P2 on Kemper. Now he just has to secure it at the line. This will all be adjusted here, so stand by once we update our timing soft system. See Jack Hitt challenges for the runner-up spot. See Templeton me, that was Templeton, not hit. Around the outside, looks for third, takes it away. It was quickest that last time by, 17:61. And you're right on board with the dirt track bank 31. This time it was Grandy the quickest as he starts to close in on Isaac Salas for the lead. One single file amongst the top four as Zach Chapman, meanwhile, takes the 5 spot from Jack Head. And now Barker wants the baby bottle. He's on board here with Gentleman Jack as he's got company from the Brewerton Beast. We go to your race for the lead, and Grandy is all over Salas. Decided to just keep rocking the top shelf where it's not slickened up just yet. The line right next to that thick cushion. Grandy just being patient for right now. Again, not a lot of time like normally in these 358 features. It's 120 laps. See that Owen wants to take a risk on the bottom amongst the front of the field here at the moment. Templeton third, Kemper fourth, Zach Chapman fifth. First side-by-side race is for sixth as Barker challenges Head. I don't think he's going to win that battle though, especially when he's got Brendan Lacey around his outside. Bob DeGood has crashed. No caution is out yet. Can he get it going? He does, so we stay under the green flag. The leaders are about to approach him though big time. Watch the Lacey hit more for sixth. Barker's falling back to seventh in the clutches of Dittmer and Klump. Slider from Lacey, and he moves up into P6. Ooh, look out, 4 wide, hang on. Boydo and Barker make heavy contact. Mooning goes around and in the inside wall, and that will bring our second yellow out of the race just before halfway. This should put us into a single file restart rest of the race. Running well up inside the top 20, I would want to guess, and they just simply got together. Contact with Boydell and into the inside wall. He has cost the complete front nose of the race car. The front end just clipped off. Here's the onboard with Kyle, was working on the other Vanderbilt car in Cassinger. Ouch, look at that. Even lost the hood cover. Or the hood scoop. Be 10 laps to go, we believe, when we take the restart. And we're actually going to double them up here. Salas and Grandy, row 1. Templeton Kemper, row 2. Chapman Lacey, row 3. Hit Dittmer, row 4. Shreves and Klump round out your top 10. Salas probably going to want to fire as early as possible. Cross flags fly with the green flag. 10 up and 10 down. As he gets a good jump for now, but look at Brandon Templeton. Challenge all the way to the inside for the race lead, and he is there with Isaac Salas. Keeping in with the bottom. He's got some fight to it and throws the slide job. Templeton to the lead, but at the line, Salas left him. Oh, look out, Templeton does a wheelie. 4 wide in turn 1 because of it. Wow, he came oh so close to flipping it, and he's back in fifth. That is all guts, no glory by the 31, and it's a huge stack up from the leader on back. And Templeton, though, he's hungry. He wants to get back up to the race lead. See Joseph Grandy, Jeff Kemper, Brennan Lacey up there as well. Those are your front four. Clint Templeton almost took away fifth. He may even have lost a spot to Zach Chapman, and he did. On board with the rear end of Isaac Salas with what he has to deal with. Caution, Maurer and Boydell. That's in turns 1 and 2. Maurer has put it in the pits. Let's see here. This is Steve. What's happening in front of him with Boydell. Oh, he caught the wall off turn 4. He's on for the ride. Another flip from the 888. Now, we had a separate accident with GJ. What happened to GJ in the 014? Oh my, 4 wide for a second. Ooh, just got turned off a Flaro. Around he went. Right on board with GJ. This was the cause of the caution right here. All right, so Isaac just faced a close call on that restart with Templeton right next to him at the line. Then Templeton just barely caught the wall. There was no contact from the looks of it between the top two at the time. All right, so 6 to go, and this is a single file restart. Pace truck is in. We'll watch from the aerial shots. We come back to the green flag. Great jump from Salas. Decides to run a defensive line to turn 1 and 2. Now, what does that do for Joseph Grandy up on the top? Doesn't even gain anything. Salas moves back to the top. You see Lacey starts to make some moves on his padded low line despite a fixed setup, but he is in 4th. One driver we haven't mentioned yet along this race, that driver in the 30, Stephen Goldner, up 15 spots from 23rd, 24th-ish. I believe it's 23rd, yes, 23rd into 8th. What a run. Caution, Jeff Barker. Oh, look out. One on their lay, that's Landis. I believe Roger Craig's also involved. Yays. There's Flaro and DeGood. And we just had the big one break out in the 358s. And so another restart for Isaac. Let's see, 3 wide and 3 and 4. This wreck had to happen in front. And it did with Flaro and Lawson. Ooh, and everyone just pile drove in. Let's watch an aerial shot with Flaro. Give you a good idea. Just makes light contact with Lawson. Around they went, and there they go. Everyone that was right next to the wall had nowhere to go, and Landis takes the biggest lick of everyone. We're right on board with him. And that car, that Yoo-Hoo car may have expired. They have gone past its drink after date. But I don't think that's milk. It's a chocolate product, I know that. But I don't know. Alrighty, gonna be 3 to go. We take the restart. Salas, Grandy, Kemper, Lacey, Chapman, that's the top 5. And watch out for 8th place driver Steven Goldner, who's up 15. Back to green, 3 laps to go. Can Salas hang on? Defensive into turn 1. Everyone else stays up top. Picks up another car length on that. Do Grandy or Kemper have anything for the driver of the 5? 2 laps to go. Grandy still tries to close in just a bit. Salas just so good in 1 and 2. Grandy's better in 3 and 4. Maybe the back straight as well. Here we go off the corner. White is out, 1 to go with the 358s. Can the master of the modifieds hang on in the Super Dirt Car Series machine? But it's not over yet. Grandy's all over him. Grandy may have to throw the slider. Salas plays defense through 3 and 4. That's going to do it for Isaac Salas. He takes the one to the 358s. Grandy's second, and how about Kemper hanging on to finish in the top 3 tonight? And Steven Goldner, a 6th, 7th place finish, up 16 spots tonight. Brandon Dittmer coming in with a photo bomb, pulling a Dean. As you see your top 3 on the podium, we will talk with them shortly. 360s are coming up next here on the Coast to Coast Racing Network. That will, of course, be one you will not want to miss. While we're waiting, pull up your race results. Salas the win, Grandy 2nd, Kemper 3rd, Chapman 4th, Lacey 5th, Templeton 6th, Goldner 7th, and Brandon Dittmer, the final car in the field for 358s on Thursday night, locked in. So let's talk with our 3rd place finisher here first in Jeff Kemper. Jeff, great run for you tonight. What do you take away from this one?
Definitely feeling the throttle out and getting a little bit better throttle control, knowing that I don't need to mash it all the way around there, keeping the car straight, and picked up a few pointers, being able to follow Isaac and Joseph there that hopefully I could use later on for the main event.
Has anything with the recent change to Gambler Motorsports definitely helped you out, learning some pointers from guys like John Hine or Steven Spees or Aiden Young?
Oh yeah, they have helped me tremendously. And then just being able to have someone else there spotting for you, you know, telling you, hey, maybe you'll move a line up or a line down. It's been really critical and helped me out.
That's awesome, man. It was a great run. Who do you want to give shout-outs to?
Well, got to thank the Gambler Motorsports team. Got to thank Aiden Young and Young Gun Creations. He does all the paint work on the car, making it look good. Got to thank my girlfriend and family. Got to thank Lynn Gear Company and Andy over at Cool Ray, and then all the other sponsors and everyone that puts us together.
All right, man. Great run tonight. Best of luck rest of the week.
Thanks, Marty.
That's Jeff Kemper, our 3rd place finisher. Let's move to our 2nd place finisher in Joseph Grandy. Joseph, you came close, man, tonight. You had some opportunities, but what more did you need for Isaac?
I wasn't really pushing it too much. I didn't want it doesn't really matter where we finish today because the dice roll that they're doing. So I was just trying to keep my position, honestly.
Was it also as well the fact that you were in the top 8 a factor too?
Oh, yeah, for sure. Being in the top 8, I just wanted to have a nice, clean race, and it didn't matter where I finished.
Absolutely, man. That's for sure. What positives do you take away headed into the rest of the week?
I feel I was pretty fast there. I think I know which lines to run, so I think I'll be all right come the feature here.
It was a good run for you. Who do you want to give shout-outs to?
I'd like to thank West End Tow and Repair, Catalytic Recovery. I'd like to thank you, Marty, for doing the broadcast, Coast to Coast, and all their sponsors.
All righty. Well, we'll let you go. Great run tonight. Best of luck the rest of the week.
Appreciate it.
All right, that's Joseph Grundy, your second place finisher. As we go to Cool Ray Victory Lane to talk with your feature winner, Super Dirt Car Salas does it once again. Man, oh man, what a car for you tonight, sir.
Yeah, I was struggling. What do you mean? It was terrible.
I mean, yes, I could understand with the fact that Grandy and Templeton were all over you, but restarts looked like you were king. That helped you out tonight.
Yeah, I'm glad I had some. I'm glad I had some good restarts, and I knew there was some pretty good class behind me, so I knew it was gonna have to be. I was gonna be tough, elbows out kind of race. So
I think the most notable one was Brandon Templeton. I think that caught all of us by force when he was racing you for the lead and through the slider.
yeah, that slider was crazy, and I ended up giving it too much gas trying to get back to his door, and I'm pretty sure I probably walled him, to be honest with you. So I'm sorry.
Yeah, it looked really close though. But
Yeah.
what positives do you take away as we head into the rest of the week?
I found out some good lines there towards the end. Some things I'm definitely gonna need to know when the track is actually burnt and gone. Um, hoping for almost no invert. But I struggle early as it is at Volusia's, but when it gets late, I tend to find some speed. So I'm excited that it's gonna be a little bit longer of a race.
Who do you want to give shout outs to?
Yeah, all the guys over at Venom Racing, Dean, the Super Dirt Car Series, Magnum Race Designs, Guide 6 Racing Network, RSN Trackside, Simtrax Broadcasting, Dirt Track Bank, Mission 22, Top Notch Trucking, everybody here in Coast to Coast. Yeah, thanks to our veterans, my friends, and my family.
All right,
Gotta
man.
wrap it up, man.
Absolutely, buddy. All right, we'll let you go. Best of luck rest of the night, all right?
Awesome. Thank you, buddy. I appreciate it.
No problem. Isaac Salas, your winner in Cool Ray Victory Lane. And so that will do it for 358 action here tonight. Again, they will be back tomorrow night for qualifying night number 2. So when we come back, we'll take a break. And when we come back, it is 360s time and also open setups the rest of the way. So stay with us on the Coast to Coast Racing Network.
Hi, Olivia Olson here. I would just like to thank all of you for your generous donations and well wishes. Every dollar truly does go the distance to make a difference in the lives of those affected by childhood cancer. Not only does this money help support covering hospital fees, treatments, and therapies, it goes as far as covering parking and gas fees to travel to see specialized doctors. The Kings and Jesse are just one example of the immense good that Thon and Four Diamonds brings. Thon also provides these families with a platform to share their stories with others, to give and get support with those going through similar experiences. Because of that, Thon is a very emotional 46 hours. Jesse, Alex, and I and all of our friends share many memories together, supporting one another through it all, supporting our dancers, and a lot of these memories are filled with smiles and laughter, but a lot of happy and sad tears and a lot of hugs, which is why I want to thank all of you so much for allowing Alex and I to utilize this platform and the whole racing community for supporting us through this cause. And I would love to wish all of you a very happy and healthy 2023. Please remember to never take anything for granted and tell the people around you that you love them because you never know what's going to happen. Thank you all so much again and have a good one.
It's Florida in February. Kick off 2023 with the Dirt Car Nationals at Volusia Speedway Park. Sprint cars, late models, and modifieds at the world's fastest half mile. World of Outlaw Sprint Cars and Dirt Car UMP Modifieds February 6th through the 11th. World of Outlaws late models and Super Dirt Car Series Big Block Modifieds February 13th through the 18th. Tickets and camping at dirtcarnationals.com. February 6th through the 18th at Volusia Speedway Park. Be there.
We're back here on the Coast to Coast Racing Network as we get set to go for the 360s. The 360s continue on here, a part of the Jim Brown Memorial Winter Nationals in honor of childhood cancer, racing against childhood cancer. Marty Sakala with you. So glad you could join us. These 360s, man, I tell you something. Whenever they hit the track at Fallujah, if you've seen any of the Monday Night Madness races go down at Fallujah, you know that they never disappoint one bit. The races are always insane. Just ask guys like Kyle Moonen and others. So, just working on the final moments here before we get going here. Let's take a look at some times and practice at the moment. Josh Whiteman, you see there in the number 24. He's currently the quickest with the 13.015. Don't know if John Hines can approve of what's on the nickname plate. See, he's also the professor. Stephen Goldner second quick at a 13.09. Kyle Sargent third, 13.11. Pull up Kyle Moonen right here on your screen if we can. He is fourth quick at a 13.14. Jesse Bandy, see if we can pull him up as well. 13-18, of course, all these paint schemes as well will update later on here throughout the night. Big car count for the 360s here. I think the open setups have made a huge factor to do with it. Take a look at Colby Kassinger. 17th quick into 7:14 at a 13:33. Here, or some of your other favorite drivers here. Terry Landis once again on track, currently 15th quick. Guys, bear with us here real quick. We're just about to zoom in on this. There we go. Just done so we can avoid having the iRacing logo on the bottom right. Who else is on the track that we can take a good hard look at? There we go. Jack Clevenger, 19th quick, 13.4. John Rayner, 24th quick, a 13.72. Mike Kramer, 21st quick in the Pidside Podcast 70, 13.54. You see the captain, Gary Taylor, who brings it into the pits. 13.48 is his quickest. He is currently in the 19th spot. And so we have finished up here with practice, and we are set to go for our time trials in qualifying. 2 minutes, and again, 6 laps for heats, 10 laps the consi, 20 laps our feature, and we may have a B main tonight. Who knows? Or a C main, I should say. Who knows? First guy on the racetrack is Bradley Wright in the 8:14. Again, see your favorite drivers pop up in the bottom of your screen. See how they're doing. Again, if you just joined us, purple means they're on a pole lap. Green means they're on their fast lap. Brandon Dittmer goes quickest, 13.69. Make it Isaac Salas, 13.46. Joseph Grandy, 13.36. We'll focus on Grandy here on his second lap. Joe Canella, second quick, 13.441. Off of turn number 4 here for Grandy. Second quick, but Bandy goes quick time. 13.34 in the Bandy built Milwaukee Tools machine. Second lap time for Jesse Bandy is faster, 13.28. What a lap. There's Dustin Sargent across the line. He is 9th quick at a 13.4. Randy Shreve second quick on lap 2 with a 13.3. Barry Goldner 7th quick as we watch him at a 13.39. 30 seconds left to go here in qualifying. 13.58. Kyle Moon on lap 1, 27th with a 13.69. One more lap to go. Ross Carina is just about to take his first lap, but he won't be able to make it in time. Or will he? Better lap for Moonen, 13.55. 21st, though, on the racetrack. This is going to cut it close here for Ross Carina. He will not make it. He was close, though. So Jeff Flero is the quickest in qualifying as we're set for heat race number 1. Late in the going there. Jeff Flero and the Brewerton Beast, Jeff Barker on row number 1. Big Money, Dustin Sargent and Kyle Sargent on row 2. The Money King, Kyle Moonen and the Bassman, Roger Craig, row number 3. And the Mayor, Steve Bixler, inside row number 4. Let us know who you're rooting for in chat this evening. So glad you could join us on the Coast to Coast Racing Network. Hello to Gary Sigelcow. He's happy that Isaac won. Scott Thomason says good luck to Team STR driver Josh Whiteman. Scott, so glad you could join us as well this evening. Again, let us know who you're rooting for in the chat, and make sure you talk about the race with us. Gonna be going green next time by here, by the Jeffs. Again, don't forget our door prizes for this week. They'll be announced during the winners of the broadcast finals. And they are 2 hero cards from Raven Graphics, a $30 gift card from ABR Setup Shop, 3 wraps, 2 of them from Young Gun Creations, also wraps from 2-1 Designs, Velocity Wraps, and Epsilon Sprint Wraps. Then 2 hours of sim time and with 2 people from Valhalla Mobile, and 3 entry in their next tournament, which is a 3,000 to win event by Valhalla. Again, all the sponsors you can see on the bottom left of your screen right now. There they are. We're ready for the green flag. Winner starts on pole. The Jeffs bring us to green. Dustin Sargent with the best start of everyone as he looks underneath for second. 3 wide off of turn number 2. He saw Moonen was stuck in the middle for just a moment. He tucks out of it. On the top shelf he goes. He's up to P3. Barker now in the final transfer spot with Dustin on his tail. Big Money looks the longer way around the racetrack. It's right on board with them. Dustin moves up to 4th. Now challenges. Oh, look out. There they go. Dustin and Barker around, and that puts Moonen in 3rd. And into 4th is the best man, Roger Craig. Could make the show tonight. 3 laps to go. It's Flero and Sargent, your top 2. Gap is a 1/4 of a second. Renegade driver versus the defending Raiders champ, now in the Rebels. There he goes. Diamond in the back straightaway for the lead. Sargent with the slider. May have been too much. Flero back out front, 1 to go. This is not over yet, though, for Kyle. Despite having the fastest lap last time by, he's got a chance off turn 2. Where does he make his move? He looks to go the longer way around and dive it. Oh, he slipped. He slipped on the slick stuff, and Flero wins it. Moonen 3rd. Craig 4th. Moonen at the line. Quickest lap, 13:43. So heat race number 1 is in the books. Let's meet the field here for our second heat race of the evening. Randy Shrewsbury Goldner on row number 1. The Scooby-Doo man Zach Chapman and the Captain Gary Taylor make up row number 2. GJ Boydell and Brian Lawson row 3, and then Pat Boyd starts from 7. All right, so they come off turn number 2. We're set to take the green flag. Winner starts on the outside of the front row. Next to Jeff Flero. Shreves and Goldner will bring us to the Barney's green. Shreves with a good jump entering turn 1. Zach Chapman, though, on his tail. Race for 4th. Gary Taylor with the slight advantage on GJ Boydell. Shreves thinks about trying the bottom, tucks it back in line. Barry Goldner leads your opening lap. Taylor now moves up into 4th and closes in on 3rd place. Zach Chapman is your ride on board with the captain. Shreves thinks about the bottom as Wolner exits on the higher line, which helps him out just a little bit. Could change differently big time when we get late in the race when the track is slicker and slicker. See, Shreves wants it. Meanwhile, Zach Chapman diamonds the corner. Now remember, with the 360, especially in open stuff, the low line is very slack, but Chapman's making it work for the lead. No, it doesn't work just yet. Could go 3 wide into turn 3. Chapman mega slider into Barry Golder, and Barry's cartwheeling. Heavy flip for Barry. That moves Boyd Doe into 4th. With the race interesting there. Ah, what a shame. Shame indeed for Barry Golder, about to make the show. All guts, no glory. Shreves with the win in heat race number 2. Chapman, Taylor, Boydell the transfer spots. And before we go to heat race 3, once this gets all reset and rejuvenated, we will show you what went down. All right. Pop this up. Tough break for Barry. You see Chapman through the slider. Tried to go 2 for 1 and slipped too much. Got into Barry. That could have been somewhere Barry could have let off, but at this lane in the race, I don't think you are backing off. So a wild flip for the driver of the 36. Lineup for heat race number 3. It's Jesse Bandy and Mark Gilbert, your front row. Colby Cassinger and Joe Canellis, row number 2. Bob DeGood and Bradley Wright, row 3. And then Mike Cranmer starts from P7. For those wondering as well, for this week, with it being a charity event, this is my only race this week. Unfortunately, I will not be with you guys for the feature due to other plans, but I hope you all have an incredible Winter Nationals this week. Remember what we are racing for, and we're definitely looking forward to seeing how everything unfolds here. All those broadcasts, for those wondering, will be done on... We have them. I don't think we have them. But tonight's qualifying night is brought to you by our friends at Coolray. Coolray, check out their heat and air conditioning in the Southeast. One of the best companies throughout the Southeast. Learn more at Coolray Heat and Cooling, and look them out at coolray.com. Heat race number 3 about to go down. Green is out. Nice jump for Gilbert entering turn 1, but you know the Vanderbilt master. He likes to go anywhere and everywhere. Falls back to second. Canellis and Cassinger race for third. Oh, look out! Right in front of the good. Out of the ballpark, and a heavy lick for Joe. That's Bradley flipping. Man, that was a wicked crash. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for the new damage model here. And Mike Kramer pretty much has 4th wrapped up. We're about to lap a midget race car with a front wing. Vandy, though, the quickest on the racetrack at the moment. Maybe we can take a look just briefly. Nope, 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 nope. Come on. Come on, directors. Don't want slow-mo. This is the quick race. Caught the jersey here. No, Anthony just lost it. And look at that. DeGood immediately out of the ballpark and then top first. Come on. Come on, directors. All right, final lap underway. Gilbert and Bandy side by side for the lead. Gilbert throws the slider on Jesse Bandy. Bandy counters it back down the back chute. Gilbert may have one last chance. Bandy throws the slider. Gilbert looks to fight back on the bottom off for 4. Bandy takes the win. Cassinger set 3rd and Cranmer in 4th. Apologies there, our directors, aka me, having some technical difficulties. And now we have our 4th heat race. Maybe our final heat race, maybe not. Who knows? But here is how your lineup looks for heat race number 4. Joseph Grandy in low line, Brennan Lacey, row number 1. Jack Clevenger and Stephen Goldner, row 2. Brad Waite and JR John Rayner, row number 3. And then the boss, Ross Carino from P7. When to go until we get to the green flag. Winner starts on the outside of row number 2. Grandy and Lacey will bring us to the green flag. Brennan Lacey, who's got the most wins in the Renegades this season on Monday Night Madness. Where Green Lacey gets away with the jump entering turn 1. Grandy throws a wicked slider, and Lacey immediately counters it back for the lead as they swap sides. Lacey on the padded low line, sends it deep. Grandy counters back, but Lacey leads lap 1. 4 cars under a blanket for the lead. Grandy another sender into turns 1 and 2. This time doesn't have Lacey cleared though. Lacey continues to fight back. Slide Job City in Volusia. This is what was promised here tonight, and we're nearly 3 wide for the lead. Grandy trades it once more. Lacey underneath. Quickest car on track is Clevenger, 1382. Look out! Grandy hard at the wall and flipping. Oh, and he collects as well. I think that was Brad Waite. And that moves Stephen Goldner up into the 4th position. And Brennan Lacey has pulled away, or has he? Jack Clevenger in 2nd. 2 to go in heat 4. We'll watch Grandy in just a moment. Clevenger trying everything he can do to close in on Brennan. As we're on the white flag, Lacey looks to start 4th in our feature this evening. And he is right there on Lacey. Beautiful drive in the corner. Clevenger's got a chance. Clevenger's got a chance. Off at 4. Lacey gets it. I don't know. If I was Clevenger, I would have tried to throw a slide job there. But Lacey takes it by 0.08 of a second. Volusia never disappoints. All right, a tough break for Joseph Grandy. Here is what went down. See here, Lacey threw a slider. Grandy just didn't want to back out of it, and there was just some slight wheel contact. Lacey and Moon just turned the lights off of Joseph Grandy. Lands the flip at first, and then Brad Waite gets involved as well. All right. So we do have a rare Heat 5 occasion. Jeff Kemper and Josh Whiteman on row number 1. Isaac Salas, Jack Hitt, row 2. Brandon Dittmer and Terry Landis, row number 3. That makes you think as well that we are going to have a C main this evening. So we'll see what happens. Winner starts in the top 5 this evening. Here we go for the green flag. Kemper looks underneath. Whiteman comes away with the early lead. Jack hit third. Isaac Salas moves his way up to P4 and maybe even third on Gentleman Jack. Tucked right in line there, just in front of Landis. Perfect move, but Hit sends it into 1. Throws the slider on Kemper and takes away 2, but for how long? Oh, look out, there goes the Spider Monkey. Dittmer 360 notes go back to 6th. Left hope for a wreck from 2 through 5. Hit another slider. Salas in 5th. Meanwhile, Josh Whiteman's checked out the hotel, hitting 13-second laps like it's nobody's business. Landis, oh my, 3 wide, race it off in turn 4. Landis third, Kemper fourth. Salas almost gets forced up in the wall. Onboard slide job as he's all over the tail tank of the 181. Dittmer has crashed it once to get, oh, wow, okay, Brandon. We'll take a look at, oh my, Salas in the flip pit. He keeps it going for now. He's gonna try and hang on, hopefully for a wreck with Landis hitting Kemper. That's gonna be tough. Nope, he's gonna park it. We've got your top 4. As Josh Whiteman comes out for turn 4, he'll win heat 5. Landis hitting Kemper, your top 4. Just the slightest of wheel-to-wheel contacts breaks out. All right, now we will have a bunch of consies here. We have I believe this is a B main. This is a B main. All right, we want Brandon first. Watch this ride he takes. Wow. Grinding on the wall with the top wing and lands it in the perfect spot like he's trapped. Perfect spot to land. Especially with the wheels rolling. All right, and we got Brendan as well. Oh, I'm sorry, not Brendan. Isaac, my bad. Can find him. And I believe, are we gridding? We are gridding. All right, here we go. Wheel-to-wheel contact with Kemper. He lost the top wing. Just briefly. All right, we are set to go. This is our Consi B main, 10 laps. And we are taking, let's see here, we've taken already 20. So top 4 make it in. Jeff Barker, Brian Lawson, row 1. Bradley Waite, Brad Waite, row number 2. And yes, 2 different names. Isaac Salas, Pat Boyce, row 3. Steve Bixler, John Rayner, row 4. Bob DeGood and Pat Boyce, row 4. John Rayner, Brandon Dittmer, row 5. Dustin Sargent, Barry Goulner in row number 6. Joseph Grandy starts from 13th. No call from Joe Canellis to grid as he's having some technical difficulties. We will focus on the driver in 4th after lap number 1. So it will not be too far. So here we go. 10 laps the B main. Top 4 make it in. This is going to be a fun B main to watch with all these cars in it. So we're underway. Barker gets away with the slight jump. Lawson second, Wait third. Look at Isaac Salas, sends it on the outside. He's up to fourth, 4 wide off of 4. It's not going to turn out pretty. D Good went sideways, same with Brad Wright. And we got more carnage. That's Grandy around out of the ballpark. Bixler also went sideways as Salas races Lawson for third. And he takes it away like it's money. They're on board slide job as he starts to pull away as they work on some lap traffic. Salas looks to go around the outside on Bradway for second. Lawson starts to lose some time though because Brary, Goldner, and Brandon Dittmer are on the tail tanks. Dittmer inside, contact with Barry. Dittmer goes 2 for 1. Mega sender from hell. Contact with Dittmer and Lawson. They go out of it. And so Barry's in fourth, but here comes Dustin Sargent with 5 to go. Dustin sends it into turns 1 and 2. Nails it for now. There you go. If you want a clean slider, take notes. Barry no yaw 3 and 4 on his slider. Big Money takes fourth for right now. Meanwhile, Salas has taken the lead away from Bradway, has pulled away big time after a 13.78 last lap. So a lot of lap traffic the leaders will have to now conquer. 3 laps to go and Salas will start from 21st. Dustin still the final transfer spot and increases the lead on Barry Goldner by a second. Next target for Dustin is Jeff Barker for third. 2 laps of racing to go. One lap to go here as Sargent makes the pass for third. There's Salas through 1 and 2 as lap traffic lets him go by easily without an issue. Big B main win for Isaac Salas. Wait second, Sargent third, Jeff Barker the final man in. Everyone else goes home. Tough break for a lot of those drivers. They'll have to pull some soup in the event. And so now we've got our warm up, and we'll step aside here as they get ready to go for 20 laps. Ready to go for 360 action here at Volusia Speedway Park. Let's meet the field. Here is the starting lineup for tonight's 20-lap feature. On the front row, Jeff Flero in the 200 and Randy Shreves in the 56. Row number 2, Jesse Bandy in the 57, and low line, Brennan Lacey in the 414. Row number 3, Josh Whiteman in the 24, and Kyle Sargent in the 91. Row 4 is Scooby-Doo, Zach Chapman in the 72, and Mark Gilbert in the 76. Rounding out the top 10, Jack Clevenger in the 78, and Terry Landis, the Desert Demon, in the 161. Row 6, the Money King, Kyle Moonen in the 24, and the captain, Gary Taylor, in the 34. Row number 7, Colby Cassinger in the 714, and the boss, Ross Carina, in the 10. Row 8 is Gentleman Jack Kidd in the 217, and the Roger Craig, the Bass Man, in the 747. Row 9, G.J. Boydell in the 014, and Mike Cranmer in the 70. Row 10, Stephen Goldner in the 30, and Jeff Kemper in the 181. Row 11, Fly Job, Isaac Salas in the 5, and Brad Waite in the 31. Rounding out the field tonight, Dustin Big Money Sargent in the 377, and the Brewer to Beast, Jeff Barker in the 513. Time for picks to win. Who do I think is going to get this one? This is a tough question tonight, especially with the way 360s and Volusia treat us. Give me... Man, this is so tough. So many good drivers in this one. Give me Brennan Lacey. I think this is going to be his track, especially with how slick this track has already gotten. So we're ready for the race against childhood cancer. Green flag. We're glad you could join us for 360 action here tonight. Get the big blocks coming up at the top of the hour. Shreves and Flero will bring us to the green flag for the 360s at Volusia Speedway Park. Gonna be a good one for 20 laps. It's time to get them going. Flero gets away with a great start as Shreves and Vandy side by side for P2. Lacey looks for the drive on the cushion off turn 2, just about clips the wall in the corner. Sends it big time, looks on the outside, pulls a Chastain, hang on Brennan! Wow, he was so loosey-goosey, I don't know how he saved it, but we got big, holy moly! 5 cars at least in the flip pit, and it's a junkyard in turn 1. I saw all those positions change on the leaderboard. I'm like, yeah, boys, this ain't gonna turn out pretty. I think Mike Kramer was the first one to crash. This is gonna be fun to take a look at and review. Mid-pack. Oh no, this happened. Oh man, who is that flipping violently? All those cars in the flip pit. I think that was Gilbert. Or was that, I think that may have been Gilbert. Or was that Moonen actually? That was Moonen and Gilbert. That's how the flipping started there. And everyone just careened out of control. Let's watch Terry. He's got a great view of this one. Oh my, hellacious hit. A lot of quick repairs being used. Quick repairs, come and get your quick repairs. And so we did complete a lap. So that was counted with Brendan Lacey in third, but my goodness, how he prevented the car from wrecking. He was so loose on the thick cushion. Pulled a Chastain and made his way up to third. Blew his way past Randy Shreves. I don't know how he did not wreck that car on lap 1. But it pays off as he restarts in the third spot. Flero leads, Bandy second, Lacey third, Shreves fourth, Whiteman the top 5. You have a stack up here mid-pack. Some drivers may have scraped the wall, but nevertheless, we're going back to green. Flero holds serve in turns number 1 and 2. Bandy second. Lacey may have some company from Shreves once again for the bottom step of the podium. And look at Lacey on the thick cushion. Once more hanging on to it. He just set the quickest lap last time by 14:82. Actually, it was Sargent, 14:75, who starts to close in. Whiteman right behind him for the 5th spot. Roger Craig has crashed, no caution. We stay under the green flag for now. Ooh, Sargent in the wall. This could be a yellow. And it is. Oh, my! 2 in the flip pit. Who was that got him? Was that Kyle? Or was that, no, that was Steven. Another wild wreck in Fallujah. Here's what happened. Sargent just got loose off of 4. Whiteman left with nowhere to go. And then bam! Kapooyah from Brennan Lacey. All 3 partying up in the flip pit with the fans. See how loose he got? And watch that. Bam! We don't have an onboard with Steven, unfortunately. Oh, we do actually. Steven's just minding his own business in this entire accident. Yeah. ARCA brakes, folks. Yikes. That is horrible. That's a horrible accident. Luckily, as long as they got quick repairs, they're good. So we have 1 lap to go until we take the green. I think they actually may have added a lap here. So we're ready for the restart. Jeff Flero leads, Jesse Bandy second, Brennan Lacey third, Randy Shreves fourth, Jack Clevenger fifth, Zach Chapman sixth, Isaac Salas seventh, Jeff Barker eighth. Salas and Barker each 14 and 16 spots respectively. Colby Cassinger ninth and Jeff Kemper rounds out the top 10. 15 laps remain and it's Flero that brings us back to green. Almost spun the tires on that restart as Bandy and Lacey work the top shelf. Shreves wants the bottom step of the podium. Same with Jack Clevenger. Could go 3 wide in the center of the quarter. They don't. Top 3 pull away while Clevenger and Shreves waits the spot. Set from Jesse Bandy for the lead. He takes it for now. Flero counters. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. This is what the fans were promised at Fallujah, the feature tonight. Slide jaw, look out! Flero got loose at 3 and 4. Counters back. Lacey looks to go 2 for 1. Perfect route for Brennan Lacey. Into the point he goes. Flero second, Bandy third, and oh, trouble. Ross Corino flipping in 4. Caution is out. No wing on the car. Was a wild wreck for the boss. Here's what happened. Racing Mike Cranmer just had enough of the lane. Did he hit the cushion, ride it? Yes, he did. Just bite from there. Ouch! The attenuator with the top wing. My goodness gracious. We've seen a lot of accidents here at Fallujah tonight that just take your breath. The wildest racing and the wildest crashes for sure, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, let's watch this again from this exact same camera point. Watch this top wing. Now watch it here. Bam. Just completely falls off. Again, a lot of drivers may not have quick repairs left because of how many drivers were involved in that lap 2 accident. So, go back to green. 9 laps go up on the board with Lacey as your leader. Last time by, set the quickest lap of this race at a 14:61. Jeff Flero wasting no time to the bottom. He wants the race lead back from Brennan Lacey. That's going to be very tough. Brennan Lacey knows how to work tracks with his slick stuff, but he just about biked it in 3 and 4. Oh, look out. Salas around off of Chapman. Ooh, into traffic and collects Mike. So we'll do it once again. Here it is. I think Salas is called it a night tonight. Yeah, he biked it first, then Zach just, I don't think he expected that to happen. Man, Isaac just really lucky that car did not flip. Lost the front wing on the race car. Suspension damage. Front end damage. Man. Tough break for Salas, who will now put his focus on the big block modified. Looking for a modified sweep. So we will have 1 to green at the line. We have already we will pass the halfway mark. Actually, we already have passed the halfway mark. There'll be 9 to go. We take the restart after Volusia Speedway Park. Don't forget the big blocks coming up next on the Coast to Coast Racing Network. Those are open setups as well, and those will be exciting to watch too. Back to green, 9 to go. Lacey holds serve for right now. Again, Flero tries the bottom, very risky. Bandy in third, sets up the counter move on Jeff Flero. There's the send into 3 and 4 as he throws the slider. And he's got control a second as Flero couldn't counter back. But Flero tries to counter back now. It may be too late for that. He gets it in time, just bounces off the wall. Bandy still bounces back. Slide job city as Flero bikes in 3. And somehow he gets second still. My goodness, this race is intense. And Bandy throws a slide. I don't know what he's doing there on the slider. Trying to throw a slider from behind Flero. He just lost so much time. Well, that was very weird as the caution is out. Zach Chapman has crashed, and that is a flip. Guarantee you that. That's not a flip. I will walk out of my sim room for like 5 seconds. He was in the flip pit. Ooh, man. Okay, that wasn't a flip, so be right back. Chapman just made me eat crow. If you guys didn't hear that, Zach just made me eat crow by actually not flipping. There was some extracurricular with him and GJ Boydell. Man, he went in the flip pit and somehow kept it straight. You don't see that often, I gotta admit. So there will be 6 to go on this restart. Brennan Lacey looks for the win tonight in the 360s for another dub. Jeff Flero is second, Jesse Bandy third, Randy Shreves is fourth, and Jack Clevenger is fifth. 6-lap shootout at Fallujah. Can Jeff Flero pull something off? We'll see. Bad restart from the 200, or maybe even for the 57. Shreves inside for P3. Oh, Lacey may have caught the wall off of turn 2. But nevertheless, we're good. Shreves, oh, look out, Jesse! Wow, that was the craziest spike we've seen tonight, and somehow he saved it. Caution is out for Jeff Barker, who was flipping violently along with Cassinger. And Mike Cranmer is also involved. Here's what happened. Contact with Clevenger. Rides the fence, grinds it, cartwheels it, loses the top wing. Oucho Rama. On board with Mike Cranmer. He was ahead of this too. There was some contact with Kyle Sargent. Saved in that situation. Then I think that was the contact with Cassinger. And then he decided it's nap time. Do 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 do. Brendan Schultz in chat says eventually Flero will get the job done, only his 4th time. Flero has, again, let me just say this. Flero is really good at Fallujah and the Renegades. He has won here in the past. We can't deny that. Flero is a very good Renegade driver, especially at Fallujah. He has shown, he's found his way to victory lane, and he won that race at Fallujah clean. I think that may be his only Renegades win, if I recall correctly. But there was somewhere, I think there was somewhere else he won. He's won at USA in the past in the Rebels division. All right, we're going green this time. Will be 4 to go. Can Brennan Lacey take the win? We'll see what happens. Ooh, Flero got a bad restart. I think he may have actually clipped the wheel of Lacey, which sent his car airborne. And look who goes for 4th on Bandy Isaac Salas. Oh, look out, hits in the wall. Big stack up. Landis is loose. He saves it for now. Correction, not Salas. That was Jack Clevenger, who is in 5th. 3 laps to go, and here's the race for 2nd. Shreves and Flero to get it for P2. Flero bounces off the wall. You saw the sparks fly barely. But Brennan Lacey 2 laps away from taking the win. And by Brennan, keep it off the wall. Just race it clean and you'll go the way. Don't risk biking it. Because he's been really crazy on the outside tonight. And see, that's what scares me there. He's next to that motocross hump as we take the white flag. Final lap for low line. Took advantage of a Flero and Bandy mistake. Went 2 for 1 on the top shelf where Mama hides the cookies out for turn 4. Brennan Lacey has the most wins in Renegades this season. He takes qualifying night number 1 in the 360s. Shreve 2nd and Flero 3rd. We had a crash after the checkers with Gary Taylor, who I don't even think made it across the line. I think he should have kept it on the track and someone could have helped him come across in 13th. But top 3 will pose for a photo. And we will pull up your official results here. As Lacey has scored the winner by a 2nd on Randy Shreves. Jeff Flero in 3rd, Jesse Bandy 4th, Jeff Kemper 5th, Kyle Sargent 6th, Terry Landis 7th, Jack Hit 8th. They will be racing in the 360 feature on Thursday night. As a 50-lap feature with caution laps not counting. All right, I believe we have everyone in the top three. We do not. We do not. We are still waiting for Randy Shreves and Jeff Flero to hop in with us. Keep in mind, don't forget our big block race will be coming up in just a couple of moments, and I guess we'll get right into it and talk with your winner in Cool Ray Victory Lane. We'll wait to see if Randy Shreves and Jeff Flero show up. If they don't, oh well. Let's get Brendan Lacey in here. Brendan, congratulations. You took advantage of what went down on between Jeff and Jesse. Walk us through it.
Yeah, it's just kind of an unfortunate deal there. Jesse had a quick car all night. We really got that set in. That thing was a rocket up there. I don't think I've ever felt that fast here, and that's saying something for me, especially because I don't like the top very many places. But it was just fell into my lap really. I was up there and I knew that line is where I was going to stick all night. There was no chance of me going to the bottom unless I was told otherwise. So just luckily it paid off in my favor when they had that little incident there. But it just sucks for Bandy because I know he was quick just as me.
I guess following up on that, you kind of scared a lot of people tonight on lap number 1 in turns 3 and 4 when you were so loose. I thought you were going to go around. I thought you were done on lap 1.
As I like to say it, loose is fast, boys. Loose is fast. That thing was a rocket in warm-ups. I think I had like 2/10 over everybody in warm-ups, and it was a rocket. And I said, let's go see what this thing can do. And they left that top lane open. I said, let's stick it in there and see what happens. And I almost about bit it. I will admit that for sure. But it probably wasn't necessary. But we knew how much speed we had right there after lap 1.
What are the positives do you take away from tonight?
Locked in our second show. Little computer issues in the 305s, but small blocks. I was a little worried about those. Got locked in. This one, we're sitting in a very good spot now. I know 360s. I've been beat up a couple times in the charity events in the 360s, which I find a lot of speed in. So I really like that we could get that set and get a good win tonight. I know tough luck for the rest of my team. Moonan's old Money King ain't having too much of a night right now, but tomorrow's a new day and we're gonna come after.
Who do you want to give shout outs to?
Yeah, big shout out to Vanderbilt Racing. Fantastic group of guys there. Gotta appreciate them. And big shout out Moonan's Racing Engines. That's gonna be a new sponsor. See a sticker here coming soon, boys, because they're quick. Then big shout out Dirt Gangster Apparel. If you boys want some, look some up there. Great group of guys there back in Oklahoma. Go support them. And appreciate you boys for coming on here.
Bounty next week? Is it going to be on next week?
I don't know. We might have to up it a little bit. I'll be there, but I don't know if they can beat us, bud.
All right, we'll see what happens. The starting bid
Yes, sir.
Starting bid's $14.14, so we'll see what happens. So, all
Go,
right, pal.
bring it on.
All right, pal. Congrats. Good luck the rest
Thanks,
of the week.
man.
Brendan Lacey, your winner. Let's move to our second place finisher in Randy Shreves. Randy, great run for you tonight. Walk us through it.
Yeah, it was definitely a fun race. Started outside pole, fell back a few positions. Then there at the end, I noticed Flero and Bandy had a little bit of damage, so they're on them restarts. I was a little bit scared to take off. I didn't know what their car was going to do with that much damage, and they maintained it pretty well. And then finally, I got around them on the bottom side that came in late, which was vice versa of the 305 race. But I'm glad that bottom came back in, got me second place. I'll definitely take that.
I guess following up on that question, you mentioned that they had damage and you didn't from the looks of it. How critical is aerodynamics at a track like Volusia?
Obviously it's it's pretty important. If I wasn't worried about passing them, I probably could have passed them a lot easier, but you never know when the cars have that much damage, what it's going to do. It could just turn at any moment. But yeah, aerodynamics does have a lot to do with performing well here.
Who do you want to give shout outs to?
Definitely want to thank my team, LGR Motorsports, ABR Setup Shop, Redline Race Design, One Wish Foundation, Wraps and Stitches, KSB Builders, Finish Line Repair, Coast2Coast for always putting on this awesome league, everybody with the charity event, you, Marty, for the broadcast, and everybody for watching.
All right, man, we'll let you go. Great job. Best of luck in big blocks if we see you there.
Yeah, thanks, buddy. I'll definitely need it.
All right. Randy Shreves, our second place finisher, and we'll turn our attention over to our third place finisher tonight in Jeff Flarrell. Jeff, I guess I'll begin with this. You and Jesse racing for the lead, and look like there was some contact off turn 4. Walk us through what happened there from your perspective.
Yeah, there might have been a little bit of contact. I had some bad luck in the 305 race, and I was hoping for all the good luck I could get in the 360. But either way, whether I qualify up front or not, it's still hard to run with these guys in the slick.
Definitely understand that. You're very fast at Fallujah, as always. Obviously, you're in the show. You're hoping for that pill draw or for the dice roll to say a number 3 on it, so you can try and possibly start on the front row. Do you feel like you finished in a comfortable spot tonight? Obviously, being on the podium. I know everyone wants to win, but do you feel like finishing 3rd is still comfortable?
Oh yes. I'm not down about finishing. Back to the guys that finished ahead of me. These are all good racers. I started on the pole. I didn't expect to finish there, to be honest with you. I just wanted a good, clean run, which I got, and I made the podium.
Absolutely, man. Who do you want to give shout-outs to?
Well, you for the broadcast, Marty, your Roger and his team for all they do. Glenn and Tina Stiers out of Schweika Speedway, and Kurt Stiers at Aero Express.
All right, man. We'll let you go. Best of luck rest of the night and the rest of the week.
Thank you, Marty.
All right, that's Jeff Flarrell, our 3rd place finisher. So, 358s are done here. 360 sprints are done here for the evening here at Fallujah. We will step aside and take our final break of the evening. And when we come back, it is Big Block time. Stay with us on the Coast to Coast Racing Network.
Hi, Olivia Olson here. I would just like to thank all of you for your generous donations and well wishes. Every dollar truly does go the distance to make a difference in the lives of those affected by childhood cancer. Not only does this money help support covering hospital fees, treatments, and therapies, it goes as far as covering parking and gas fees to travel to see specialized doctors. The Kings and Jesse are just one example of the immense good that Thon and Four Diamonds brings. Thon also provides these families with a platform to share their stories with others, to give and get support with those going through similar experiences. Because of that, Thon is a very emotional 46 hours. Jesse, Alex, and I and all of our friends share many memories together, supporting one another through it all, supporting our dancers, and a lot of these memories are filled with smiles and laughter, but a lot of happy and sad tears and a lot of hugs, which is why I want to thank all of you so much for allowing Alex and I to utilize this platform and the whole racing community for supporting us through this cause. And I would love to wish all of you a very happy and healthy 2023. Please remember to never take anything for granted and tell the people around you that you love them, because you never know what's going to happen. Thank you all so much again, and have a good one.
It's Florida in February. Kick off 2023 with the Dirt Car Nationals at Volusia Speedway Park. Sprint cars, late models, and modifieds at the world's fastest half mile. World of Outlaw Sprint cars and Dirt Car UMP modifieds February 6th through the 11th. World of Outlaws late models and Super Dirt Car Series Big Block modifieds February 13th through the 18th. Tickets and camping at dirtcarnationals.com. February 6th through the 18th at Volusia Speedway Park. Be there.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Coast to Coast Racing Network as our coverage continues of the Winter Nationals here, brought to you in honor of Race Against Childhood Cancer. Marty Sakala with you. Let's talk about as well, before we get our qualifying session underway, on what is coming up next on the Coast to Coast Racing Network the rest of the week here for the schedule for the Winter Nationals. Tomorrow night is the same thing you're going to see here, qualifying night number 2 with our 305s, 360s, 58s, 360s, and big blocks. Wednesday, you're in for a very long night tonight. Tomorrow night on Wednesday night with our soup night, our D mains for all classes, then the C mains for all classes, and then the B mains for all classes. So you should be in a treat with that one. Then it is the finals on Thursday night. 305s are 30 laps. 358s are 40 laps. And then we have our 360s that are 50 laps. Finally, the big blocks, 75 laps. Every race except for the big block race will have caution laps not counting. And then Friday night is Friday Night Lights, brought to you by Gears Unlimited with 358s, Crate Lights, and 305s at Volusia. So qualifying is underway. 2 minutes. Once again, as you look at Brandon Templeton, the number 31. Get back to our normal schedule next week, and we've got Monday Night Madness at Lucas Oil next week. Brandon Templeton, the number 31 on the racetrack. We'll watch his first lap in a big block modified. See, he's three-wheeling into that baby into turn number 3. Lap number 1, not the quickest, but he goes 16.96. We'll see who is the quickest. Dittmer second, 17.321. It's Jeff Kemper that goes quick time. Zach Chapman second. Joseph Grady to the top, 16.68. Where's my man Isaac Salas? He's about to come across the line. Is he the quickest? He's third quick, 16.74. Grady off of turn number 4, looks to better that lap time. And he is off. Dean Reynolds, nice lap. He is second quick. Isaac Salas calls it in third quick. Here comes G.J. Boydell off of turn 4. He is sixth quick with a 16.84. Is it better? It is by 300ths. He's fifth quick on the speedway. Let's go to Samuel Bachman, who is 10th quick in the 007. Works his way through 3 and 4. Slow sector 1. What about sector 2? Slow lap, so he'll stay in 10th. Here's Jeff Flero off of turn 4. Complete his first lap, and I'll do it for his lap. Check his time, 20th quick, 17.22. Randy Shrees off of turn number 4. His time at the line, he goes 17.73. Moon in 5th quick, 16.79. That'll do it. Joseph Grady, the quickest, at a 16.682. So a nice lap for him. As we move along here with our heat race number 1. Nice car count for us once again this evening. Here is the starting lineup for our first heat race to determine pole position for our 20-lap feature with the big blocks. Joseph Grady and Kyle Moon and the Money King on row number 1. Scooby-Doo, Zach Chapman and Brandon Templeton, row number 2. Jack Clevenger and Ross the Boss Corinne are your third row, and then row 4 on the inside this evening. Brennan Lacey in the 414, if you can get in here. Should be gritty momentarily on the track. Just waiting for Brennan Lacey to come in. Let's know who you're rooting for in the chat. Brandon Schultz happy about the Brennan Lacey win. Another impressive Vanderbilt racing performance. Having some fun out there. Drivers all revving their engines. So drivers roll off. One more pace lap from the Steve King Foundation pace truck. And then we will get things going. Actually, never mind. We're green. Grandy just immediately clears Moon and entering turns 1 and 2. Got Chapman third, Racer fourth. Bobby Turk clears Brandon Templeton. Remember, open setups for the big blocks for the Winter Nationals. Drivers of the Coast2Coast Racing League aren't normally used to running an open setup with a big blocks. If you're racing Thursday Night Thunder, they are always used to running a fixed setup. Right, the Swan Setup Shop for the setup that they have made here. Swan and ABR Setup Shop, I should say, too, as they always do a good job. On board with Moonen in the race for the lead with Joseph Grandy. Zach Chapman also makes this a threesome. Moonen last lap was the quickest up on the tail of Joseph Grandy. 5:18 tries to pull away halfway home. Moonen inside. You get the bite off turn 2 is the question. That's what I like about racing a big block here. It's not just about the momentum, it's about laying your foot on the throttle. And if you get that, if you lay it down as hard as possible on corner exits. Let's go to the race for fourth, and Brennan Lacey all over Brandon Templeton. Final lap is underway for Heat 1. Who's going to get pole and who's going to get the final transfer spot? We're about to find out. Does Moonen have anything for Joseph Grandy or no? As they make their way off turn 4, Joseph Grandy wins Heat 1. And for the final transfer spot, it's Brandon Templeton over Brennan Lacey. So a good start to Heat action. And now we move to Heat 2. And here is your starting lineup. Dean Reynolds and G.J. Boydell, row number 1. Jeff Barker and Brian Lawson in row 2. Brandon Dittmer, the Spider Monkey, and Jeff Flaro in row number 3. Field ready to roll off. I believe we'll just do a solo pace lap. See if we go green this time or if we'll do one more pace lap. We're going to go green this time by. Winner starts the outside of the front row next to Joseph Grandy's weird green. Interesting start for Dino. He pulls away. It's, I think, Boydell caught the wall entering turn 1. He immediately falls back to the first one out as they're 3 wide, just barely for second. Jeff Barker with the weird exit off of turn number 2. An interesting start to this one, where Dino already has a 9/10 of a second lead on Jeff Barker and Brian Lawson. Hearing that Jeff Flaro has crashed and has put it into the pits while we watch the race for second. Let's go to the replay board and show you what happened with Flaro. Running in last, and he catch the wall off of turn 2. It's pretty easy to do so, and the answer is yes, and he flipped it. So Jeff Flaro will be going down to a Conti. Let's go back to that race for second. Oh, actually, that's not the race for second. Nope, still don't have it. All right, we're gonna have to go like this. This is your race for second now. Dimmer inside on Lawson, you ride on board with Brian Lawson in 9. Right now it's a Venom Racing 1-2 at the moment. Final lap underway. And it's been all Dean Reynolds in this one. In that 679 full throttle motorsports Venom Racing paint scheme, and off the corner, Dino takes it. The top 4 stay the same when it comes to transfers, and we move to heat race number 3. We'll see if Venom can take another win here. Here's the lineup for this one. Isaac Salas, Colby Cassinger, row number 1. Samuel Bachman and Terry Landis, row 2. Mark Gilbert and Jack Hitt, row number 3. Fun start to the big blocks this evening, that's for sure. There you see the field of 6 ready to take the green flag. Again, 6 laps in each heat. All right, here we go. Salas and Kassinger. Venom against Vanderbilt, the front row. Here we go for heat race number 3. Green is out. And there's door-to-door entering turn number 1. Can Salas clear? Ooh, this is going to be tight. Kassinger's got a nice drive off of turn number 2, but Salas just barely clears on the 714. Landis fights on Kassinger for the 2 spot. He's right on board with the Krite Sim Racing 61. Tries to work the slick stuff on the bottom, but it's just not coming into him. Bachman closes in for P3. Focus on your race up front with 2 in the books between Salas and Kassinger. Kassinger quicker by just about 100th last time by. On board with Slide Job. Gets the better exit. Salas so good on corner exit as well as Kassinger on corner entry. That last time by, Salas was 300ths better than the 714. Could Isaac Salas be starting 1 spot behind Dean Reynolds tonight? He's got 2 laps to try and win this heat race. Final transfer spot belongs to Samuel Bachman with a 1.1 second advantage on Mark Gilbert. Bachman looks for 3rd on Terry Landis. See if he can get it on the Yoo-Hoo 61. Final lap underway. Smooth corners for Isaac once again as he goes through turns 3 and 4. Isaac Salas sees the checkers from Barney, wins heat 3. Kassinger, Landis, and Bachman your transfers. Joe Canellis in the chat, he says, sorry, gentlemen, had a horrible night, had to get off the track. Apologies, I know we've gotten... Hey, it's okay, Joe. Joe, you got another chance on Wednesday, buddy, that's for sure. If not, maybe tomorrow, who knows. Heat race number 4, it is Jeffrey Kemper and Stephen Goldner on row number 1. And it's Randy Shreves and Pat Boyce, row 2. Jesse Bandy, Barry Goldner, row number 3. So, half of this field is composed of Vanderbilt drivers. Just saying. So the chances of Vanderbilt winning are 50-50. Going green this time by. Winner starts on the outside of row 2 next to Isaac Salas. Here we go. A scattered start as Shreves leads them and off of turn 2. Goldner inside on Kemper for the runner-up position. Ooh, this could be tight in the center. Kemper, hang on. Back into 4th and may lose it to Barry. He's flipping. Tough break for Kemp. And it's Stephen Goldner against Randy Shreves for the lead. show it to you, folks. Slight wheel-to-wheel contact, hung on, then just caught the wall and was on for the ride. And so Kemper will move to our B main. We'll go back to your race for the lead. Randy Shreves against Steven Goldner on board with the Vanderbilt number 30. He works the high side and same with Shreves. Goldner attempts to dime in the corner. It's working a little on corner exit, but not too much though at the moment. Shreves is just driving so much better on the entry, which is really helping him out. 1 to go. It's been a good night so far for Randy Shreves tonight. 2 top 3 finishes, both in the sprint cars. Looks for a third this time in the big blocks. They'll see the checkered flags. He'll start from 4th. Goldner 2nd, Bandy 3rd, and Barry Goldner 4th. Pat Boyce a 5th. So Boyce and Shreves to our, or excuse me, Boyce and Kemper to our B main. We have taken 16 already. 1 driver will go home from this one. Top 8 transfer in. And here is how the starting lineup looks. Low line, Brendan Lacey and the Spider Monkey. Brandon Dittmer, that is the front row. Mark Gilbert and Pat Boyce, row number 2. Row 3, Jack Clevenger and Jeff Flero. Row 4, Gentleman Jack Hitt and Jeff Kemper. And from 9th tonight is the boss himself, Ross Corinna. But if Corinna does not start, I don't think we've seen him a lot tonight. If Corinna does not start this race, then this will be a fun race for the top 8 for extra practice. All right, so the field rolls off for their lone pace lap. Alrighty, we'll focus on the guy in 8th after lap 1 unless we've got a wreck. Actually, Jeff Flero did not take the green flag. He's going to start from the pits. This is going to get interesting. Hope for a wreck to break out. This is a unique strategy. Will be very tough to pull off as we're green for the Consi. Dittmer and Lacey, door panel to door panel into turn number 3. Dittmer leads lap 1 with Pat Boyce in 3rd, Kemper in 4th. Corinna still the last place car in 8th. Again, Jeff Flero is taking the car on the track, hoping for a wreck to break out. Kemper looks inside on Pat Boyce for 3rd. Tucks it back in line at the moment. 2 complete. Dittmer the quickest car on the track at the moment. Only lap in the 16-second range. How about this lap? Another 16-second lap. And everyone does 16s amongst the top 4 drivers. No one has wrecked currently at the moment. Let's ride on board with Jeff Kemper as he challenges Pat Boyce still for P3. That's one of the best battles on track. Also got a race for 7. Jack Hitt and Ross Corinna. I think everyone knows just race clean. If you hit someone and wreck, this could be it. They nearly touch for 7th between Gentleman Jack and the boss. Race for the lead still. Nearly breaks out. Dittmer and Lacey. Both running similar lines. Lacey just tries to pressure Dittmer to make a mistake. Von Dittmer, do not look at that rear view mirror. Lacey challenges downstairs. Can't get the bite off turn 2, and I think he actually just clipped the wall. So he loses a little bit of time there. Back to third. Kemper still all over the rear bumper of Pat Boyce. 3 laps to go. Jeff Flaro's chances running out. He's to pray for a wreck within the next lap. Got to give credit to Jeff Flaro. He is trying to close in. He is running, I think, some better lap times compared to Jack Hitt, but I don't think it's going to be enough. He is on the lead lap, though. 1 lap to go. Meanwhile, for Brandon Dittmer, tries to hold off Brendan Lacey. He'll probably go defensive, entering turn number 3. Lacey's up on the wall. Lacey's in the wall, keeps it straight, luckily. And off at turn 4, Brandon Dittmer wins the V-Main. And Jeff Flaro will go home. And now Dittmer will take it in. That he is in the main event. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the feature is coming up next. Stay tuned on the Coast to Coast Racing Network. All right, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Cool Ray, the Coast to Coast Racing League, Oshweekend Speedway Race Against Childhood Cancer, the Jim Brown Memorial Winter Nationals are set to have our big block feature. Thank you for spending your Monday night with us. Let's meet the field of 24 in your starting lineup. On the front row tonight, Joseph Grandy in the 518 and Dean Reynolds in the 79. Row number 2, Isaac Salas in the 5 and Randy Shreves in the 56. Row 3, Kyle Moonen in the 24 and Brian Lawson in the 9. Row 4, Colby Kassinger in the 714 and Stephen Goldner in the 30. Row 5, Zach Chapman in the 72, Jeff Barker in the 513, and row number 6, Terry Landis in the 61, and Jesse Bandy in car number 57. Second half of the grid, Brandon Templeton, G.J. Boydell, row number 7, Sam Bachman, Barry Goldner, row 8, Brandon Dittmer, Brennan Lacey, row 9, Pat Boyce, and Jeff Kemper, row 10. Mark Gilbert, Jack Clevenger, row 11, and Ross Carina, Jack Hitt, round out the field tonight. All right, it's time for your picks to win. Who is it going to be for 20 laps? I am going to go with Joseph Grandy from pole position. I think he is going to get it done and pick up a big block win. 1 lap to go until we take the green flag. Final qualifying race of the evening. "20 laps about to go down. Who's it going to be? How's it going to be done? There's always a favorite. Pick it ASAP. Where else would you rather be than right here, right now for childhood cancer? Let's race against it. From coast to coast, showtime at Fallujah. Nearly 3 wide for the race lead. Who's going to come away with it off in turn 2? Dino has it for now, but Grandy falls back to second. Stack up on back from 4th. Dean Reynolds leads lap 1 of our 20-lap feature. Randy's in P2, Salas 3rd. A hornet's nest for 4th on back between Randy Shreves and Kyle Moonen. Randy challenges Reynolds for the race lead. Does the low line have anybody in 3 and 4? Not yet, and Salas is all over Grandy for P2. Reynolds still has Grandy clear off the corner as you look from the aerial shot. Kyle Moonen challenges Isaac Salas for P3, despite Salas having the quickest lap last time by with a 17:23. Hang on, Kyle! Here we go, 1 in the air! They save it, no, behind them they don't. Lawson to round on 2 wheels. Nope, he doesn't save it. Flip pit time. And the yellow is out. Yellow is out. And the yellow was for Terry Landis. For those wondering, let's watch the caution causing yellow. Him and Dittmer, did they touch? Or was it him and Lacey? Him and Barker got together. I don't think Terry's got any damage. Let's ride on board, meanwhile, with Brian Lawson in that wild sequence of events. Look at that. Puts all 4 wheels, if not 3 wheels, off the ground of Randy Shreves. I think it's turn. He's on 2 wheels. He tries to save it. And then it's flip time. That is, again, Brian Lawson in the 9 for those wondering at home. Fun start to this one with Dean Reynolds leading early. We've got Joe Canellis rooting for Pat Boyce. Boyce currently in the back. He was involved in that first yellow. And lights should go off the Steve King Foundation pace truck this time. And they do, so we'll go green flag racing. Dean Reynolds and Joseph Grandy lead. Single file restart. Isaac Salas 3rd, Kyle Moonen 4th, and Randy Shreves 5th. Stephen Goldner, Colby Kassinger, Jeff Barker, Zach Chapman, Jesse Bandy round out the top 10. 4 laps go up on the board this time by Reynolds, ready to fire. When does he fire? It's now. And a great jump on Grandy, caught him sleeping. Everyone manages the top. First one on the bottom is Stephen Goldner in P5. He's already up 3 spots from the drop to green flag. His teammate Brennan Lacey's up 6. Currently your biggest mover of this race. Salas challenges Grandy for 2nd. Right on board with Grandy as he deals with Salas to his inside. Nearly touch entering turn 3. Does Salas have the bite or does he have to tuck it back in line? I think right now as we got the caution flag out, I believe is it for Brian. We stop on the track. We'll have to take another look. I think he was stopping on track waiting for other drivers to pass through. Take another good look at it and see if anybody spun. Yeah, I think that was the caution. I don't know. I would assume that was what the yellow flag was for on the racetrack, so. Oh, Megan's in the chat rooting for that Reynolds guy. I like it. I like it, Megan. Hope you're doing well. So let's see here. Will we go green or do we have one to go at the line? I believe one to go at the line. But a good start right now for Dean Reynolds at the moment. Lights are off as we will go green. Leave the same, no changes in the running order at the moment. It comes to your top 10. Dean's ready to fire, here he goes. See how much pressure Salas puts on Joseph Grandy off of turn 2, trying to help his teammate and friend out. Everyone decides to go up top. Nobody likes really the bottom here at the moment at Volusia. First guy at the bottom, I think it's on that Zach Chapman on Jeff Barker for 8th, that is. Salas starts to feel the wrath of Randy Schrees for the bottom step of the podium. Jeff Kemper has crashed. That should put us under yellow, and that engine is busted on the 181. Not been the big block night for Jeff Kemper so far. What happened with 181? Let's see if there's some contact with the wall. There was. It's the same place where it's earlier. Oh my, that car stopped right when he hit the fence, and that front end caught on fire. It's right on board. Boyeldu is inside. Watch the wall contact. Oh my goodness. That car legit stopped. There's no fence pole in front of the fence. Again, some of the drivers do have quick repairs. I believe Kemper has the quick repair left. Taking a look here, yeah, Kemper does have a quick repair remaining. So we are gonna have 11 to go when we go green. So Dean's the leader. Joseph Grandy second, Isaac Salas third, Randy Schrees fourth, Colby Kasinger fifth, Stephen Goldner 6th, Kyle Moonen 7th, Jeff Barker 8th, Zach Chapman 9th, and Brendan Lacey is 10th. Biggest mover of the race so far is up 8 spots. That is Brendan Lacey from 18th to 10th. So go back to green this time with 11 laps to go. Everyone decides to stay up top amongst the top 10. Track has nothing right now in the middle of the low line, so everyone has decided to be safe to go middle. But Dean decides to diamond the corner. Interesting strategy by Dean as the cross flags have flown 10 up and 10 down. Salas switches to the bottom. Will he lose a spot to Randy Schrees perhaps? But Joseph Grandy all over Dean's bumper for the race lead. There's Salas next to him. And there's Grandy. Gap is about a car length between your top two. And a beautiful setter for Joseph Grandy. All over the bumper of Dino for the lead. With 9 to go, switches up top. Dean runs the middle. Does Grandy have the gap to do it? He doesn't. Some drivers are thinking the bottom is coming in now. We will see, especially maybe if we get a long run. 8 to go. Salas now pressures Grandy, just what Dean wants to see. And now the side-by-side racing starts to develop with 7 remaining. That's Kasinger on Shreves for 4th. Kasinger, the highest Vanderbilt car on the track. Six laps to go. Get Dean Reynolds do it. Some near contact between Zach Chapman and Jeff Barker. They're 3 wide in turn number 1. But this is the race everyone is watching for the top spot. Grandy all over that bumper of Dean Reynolds. 5 fingers up from Barney with 5 to go. Great way to end the evening, a battle for the race lead. Oh, the slight contact. Grandy just barely touched the bumper, and Salas takes advantage. The Venom teammates go for the lead. Salas uses a mistake from Grandy to his advantage, but Grandy and Reynolds use the bottom. Grandy up on the top shelf where Mama hides the cookies. And Salas switches. No, he keeps the bottom. Reynolds wipes up the track for just a split second. 3 to go between the two teammates and friends. Joseph Grandy on the extreme high side looks for the runner-up spot. Can he get the drive off the corner? Barely for now. But he keeps 3rd. Caution though. Ross Carina. And this is going to get interesting, folks. Take a deep breath, because that may be the last deep breath you will take until we get to the checkers. So it's Ross Carino. That is Crash. Let's show you the replay. Ooh, caught the wall and wheelie. Man, just biked it big time. And then, yeah, nothing he could do. Car just came to a complete stop. It's almost like he ran out of fuel or something. He's right on board with the boss. Just trying to hang on to that car for dear life. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen. We've got a battle on our hands. So, a mistake from Joseph Grandy. And he just about clipped the bumper of Dean Reynolds, allows Isaac Salas to take 2nd. It's Venom Racing, 1 and 2 at the moment. Can Dean hold on to take this win? Because Isaac's already won the 358 race. Can Dean take the big block race in his Super Dirt Car Series 79? And, oh yeah, the series that he runs, too. So we mentioned Grandy 3rd, Shreves 4th, Kasinger 5th, Goldner 6th, Lacey 7th, Templeton 8th, Mooden 9th, and Bandy 10th. Here we go, folks. I'm out of my seat for this one. This is about to get crazy, folks. We're about to rumble. A 2-lap shootout. It's time to bring the action here at Fallujah. Reynolds will get a free lap for right now as he fires back to green. Great gap on Isaac Salas entering turn 1. Him and Salas just hug the bottom perfectly. Dean just tries to run on the track with the water. Salas battles with Grandy for 2nd. White is out, 1 to go. The race is on for 2nd, but Dean Reynolds, 2nd quickest in qualifying, won heat race number 2 through 3 and 4. Dean Reynolds is gonna do it, he wins. Qualifying night 1, the big block, a 1-2 finish for Venom Racing. How do you like that? Get Buddy the treats, Dean. It's celebration time here at Fallujah. Now, okay, I will admit, I picked Joseph Granny to win because I did not want to jinx Dean or Isaac. Because I was 3 for 3 coming into predictions. Isaac's going to take this one in, and no, same with Dean. Do some donuts. Do some donuts. It's well worth it. My goodness, that's awesome. That is awesome. We'll get both of them in at the same time in just a bit, but those are your results here as Reynolds, Salas, Grandy, Shreves, Stephen Goldner, Brennan Lacey, Brandon Templeton, Kyle Moonen are the transfer drivers into the big show. Actually, I should say correction, a 1-2-3 Venom Racing finish, as they were all together in the same chat room. That's pretty cool. So, all right, we'll begin with Joseph Grandy, our third place finisher. Sorry, Joseph, we had to bring you in as soon as possible. But
No
man,
problem.
walk us through your run tonight. You came so close to passing Dean there, just about midway through the race.
Yeah, he decided to come up a little bit, but it's all good. He deserves it.
Absolutely, man. Obviously, you've had a good run all night tonight with the modifieds. What do you take away as you head into Thursday when we get to feature time? Obviously, you're in the show.
Just hopefully run the same. That's about it. Have to dig a little bit for the 360s, but everything else I'm seeing pretty good. So.
Absolutely, man. Who do you want to give shout-outs to on this run?
West End Towing and Repair, Catalytic Recovery. I'd like to thank you, Marty, for the broadcast, Coast to Coast, all their sponsors, and all the guys behind the scenes that make it run every day.
All right, man. We'll let you go. Great job tonight, and best of luck rest of the week.
Sounds good. Good night, man.
All right, you too. Joseph Grandy, our third place finisher. All right, let's go to our second place finisher in Isaac Salas. And you know what? For the hell of it, I'm going to bring Dean in too. Because our Monday night boys are in together normally, and my co-commentator's got a 1-2 finish. Isaac, I'll begin with you, man. Just walk us through that one, and also at the same time, I know you wanted Dean to win one tonight as well, so you tried to hold off Grandy there at the end.
Yeah, that's what we're gonna go with. I definitely blocked for Dean all night tonight. No, no, it was a lot of fun. I love racing with Grandy and Dean, obviously. I found something on the bottom there in that battle that the three of us were having. And I literally, like I was telling Dean, I was like, please don't notice me. Please don't notice me. I'm down here. I can pass you right now. And then all of a sudden that bright purple car just starts slamming the door into one. I was like, oh no, here we go. So, I mean, I guess it was good to follow the boss for a couple laps there.
Absolutely. How much fun was that race for you tonight?
I had a blast, man. I love winning and stuff like that, but man, this is probably up there with some of the most fun I've ever had on here. It was awesome. It was a good three-way battle. I love both the guys I was racing with, so I had a blast.
Absolutely. Well, good stuff for you. I'll get to your shouts in just a moment, but Dean, holy cow, man. Where did that run come from?
You know, it's funny because I feel like we were in a fixed setup because we're all running the same sets because we were all in the same Discord and we all had the same sets and we're just deciding on what gear and what gallon. But, maybe I had a little bit of advantage because that was a Swan Speed set that we shared with everybody and that's the one I use. And, maybe I changed the wheel a little bit in the gearing, but it just feels comfortable for me. But that was a lot of fun. I mean, the single file restarts I think helped a little bit. I was still, if I start on the inside, still have an advantage, but I think they help. But yeah, Isaac, I tell people I got speed by not looking in the rear mirror. The only time I look in the rear view mirror is do a slider, but I heard Isaac. I heard him underneath, and I looked at the relative, and it was like the relative was like nothing. And, I got stereo headphones, so I heard the left side motor. And I'm like, he's down low. He's down low. And I went down there, and it stuck. And I go, there's where I need to be.
Absolutely a good call, man, for sure. How about racing against Joseph Grandy? He put a lot of pressure on you tonight.
But Joseph is so good. I run a lot of other leagues with Joseph as well. And I tell you, he hasn't even been on the sim that long. And to have the speed he does, as you know, Marty, you do another league with Joseph. But Joseph is fast, and I don't know if I was the fastest car out there. Maybe I just picked the lines there, but when you got Isaac and Joseph behind you, I don't usually get nervous. I wasn't nervous, but I'll tell you what, though, it makes you sit in a seat. But it was all good. We were all in the same Discord, and we're happy to be on the podium together. And like Isaac said, it was, even though it was only a 20-lap race, that was a lot of fun.
Absolutely. What do you take away, Dean, headed into Thursday? Obviously, you're in the 305 show. You're in the big block show. Got two more left.
Actually, I'm more surprised with the 305. I just came in thinking, well, let's see what I can do to get used to it and get ready for tomorrow. Thinking that 8 guys are going to transfer. That's 8 guys less I got to worry about tomorrow. And here I wound up with a 6th. So that was a surprise. And, I had to do another league tonight. That's why I missed the 358. And I missed the 360s by 1 heat. But I'm glad I came back. But, it's fun to do these charity events. We put in a little sponsorship for the overall winner. And, Roger and the gang do a great job. And, people that are listening, you still can pay a little bit of a fee and race tomorrow. If there's anybody listening that's watching and your iRating's 2,500 and under, just get on coast2coast.com. You can still register, still run tomorrow, and have the same chance we have. I mean, remember, all the entry fees go to the Children's Cancer charity, so you're going to a good cause. So let's hope we see some more cars tomorrow.
Absolutely. All right. Before we already got Isaac's shout-outs earlier. Dean, you got any other shout-outs?
I actually have to thank Team Venom for allowing me in their Discord. It's pretty cool. Some great guys. And also got to thank Isaac. I mean, Isaac's been tutoring me, teaching me where to run and get a little bit more speed. And, Isaac's always willing to help out others. And, he is the man. That's why our logo's on the car. And but he's not afraid to help out others to get fast. So I got to thank him. And then, Marty, got to thank you, bud. I mean, you do a lot for us in Coast to Coast, and always a great telecast. Matter of fact, I'm going to sit back and watch the 2 races I missed and enjoy it. And, just want to thank Roger and Coast to Coast and, all the sponsors, Cool Ray and everybody else that makes this, one of the good leagues. I mean, I get a little vocal every now and then. I get get my temper tantrums going for an old guy, but you know what? They're really putting together a great league. It's still growing, and, it's been around for a while. So proud to be a sponsor and proud to be part of it.
Is Buddy getting extra treats to celebrate the win?
He's sleeping over here in the corner. I've been on this darn thing for 4 hours tonight. So he's like, what are you doing? You're ignoring me. So I think I got a little making up to do.
All right. Well, boys, I'll keep you on in the room as we get set to wrap the broadcast up. Great job tonight overall. Heck of a win, Dean. Heck of a finish by Venom Racing as a whole in this big block race tonight. Again, those are your official results from the big block race. And again, top 8 move on to the feature for Thursday night. And again, we get to do this all over again tomorrow night. We'll have another broadcast take place tomorrow and start time at 7 p.m. on the Coast to Coast Racing Network. It's been a good heck of a night for the first night of the Jim Brown Memorial Winter Nationals for a race against childhood cancer. On behalf of everyone at the Coast to Coast Racing League, Roger Craig and all of its fine admins and crew, Marty Scala signing off. Congratulations to your winners tonight. Stephen Goldner in 305s, Isaac Salas in 358s, Brennan Lacey in 360s, and Dean Reynolds in the big block. So long, everyone.